It's the cold hard truth. Everyone really want to know what's going on with her show. Just get on the air and you will know it's Sandra. The queen of the mile road is here, helping people from everywhere. Get on the phone and you will hear Sandra. Now she will tell you how it goes, but don't you ever step on her toes, 'cause you will hear the cold hard truth from Sandra. They say she's the hero in town, helping people from all around. You get a call, your money is found, it's Sandra. Some will call her late at night just to say that there is a fight, and she will not just leave it alone. She'll get up and call on the phone, and when politics starts on her show, everyone really wants to know the way the things will really go with Sandra. And some will start to criticize, get on the show and tell pure lies, but soon they will realize it's Sandra. And when they start to argue again, she'll pull the heads to the wind, and soon you will be a friend of Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone wanna hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone wanna hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone got to hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone got to hear from Sandra.
Good morning, beautiful people. How is everyone doing? Happy Monday. It is December the 1st. So, whoop, whoop. That means that hurricane season is over officially. However, I should warn you, yes, this comes with a bit of a caveat, a warning, that just because hurricane season is over does not mean that we can't have a storm. I know you guys like, Sandy, really? Do you have to bring me this bad news? It is news meant to make sure that we just keep you, we respectfully keep you realistic in your expectations. Doesn't happen often, but it can still happen that storms happen after the passage of hurricane season. So we are most thankful. This upcoming Sunday is going to be Caymanian Thanksgiving. One of the reasons why that particular date was picked for Caymanian Thanksgiving was to coincide with the end of the end of the hurricane season. So we are eternally grateful this year. And this is, I think, the first time in history that the US didn't get hit by one either. So I think we're all breathing a sigh of relief and just thankful that we were able to, get through it unscathed. Not so good for our Jamaican neighbors. And by all accounts, when I speak to people who have been on the ground there, although they weren't even in the hardest hit areas, by all accounts, they're saying to me that, Sandy, it's worse than people think. So, no bueno. No bueno. So I'm sorry for them. It's going to be an extremely long road to recovery. That's for sure. All right, we got a lot to talk about today. And we're going to get into it here in just a second. Just give me a quick minute. Oh my gosh. Every time I open up my news feeds, it's like, something super crazy going on in the world of, media and news and that sort of thing. But we got to just press on, honey child. We have got to press on. So anyway, hope that you guys had a good weekend. There was a lot going on this weekend, and thank you guys so much for always keeping me in the loop. We'll have to at some point talk about the wayward drivers on our roads. Oh my gosh. I swear it gets worse by the day. I don't know what is going on, except to say that it's pretty crazy. And we have to keep you guys abreast of it, because we've got to demand accountability in our roadway. Other media is concerned about the cost of driver's licenses. And the concern that I have about that is between driver's license and registration, we know some people don't like to follow the rules. So does that mean that they're going to be trying even more to skirt by, the laws of this country? So that is something that we most certainly have to be cognizant of. And the short answer is yes. If they can do it and get away with it, they most certainly will. So the police traffic unit is going to have quite a task on their hands. And I think that we all have now an obligation to help the police, as we always have, as far as I'm concerned. But it's going to be even more so from the perspective that you all need to have dash cams, and you need to be recording stuff, and you need to ensure that you are reporting whatever comes to you. Because as soon as you guys give it to us, we don't just name them and shame them for the sake of naming and shaming them. We name them and shame them as well, because the police need to do something about it. So we make sure that the police have the adequate tools to be able to do what they need to do. Yeah. So quite a situation on our hands, but we'll talk some more about that in the coming days and weeks, no doubt. So, it really just boils down to, if you can't stay in Cayman and afford to stay here based on the rules, right? Pay for things to be legal, including your work permit and all those other bits and bobs, then the truth of the matter is you shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be here in a work permit. And I think we got to start realistically looking at that when work permits are approved to begin with. Let's do a quick message from Digicel. They have a special on now. In case you're looking to do some early Christmas shopping. It's always advisable this time of year, because today is Cyber Monday and there are lots of deals happening. And Digicel is having a deal through till tomorrow, December the 2nd, on their on phones. So this is actually a pretty good deal. Have a look at this.
Christmas, the season of love, laughter, and just a little bit of chaos. Sometimes the ham has other plans, and sometimes the road to Christmas cheer feels longer than the 12 days themselves. Was it 3 eggs or 4? Better call Granny, she always knows. And of course, what's Christmas without a little potluck drama? But in the rush and the mix-ups, it's easy to forget what matters most. That's when the magic of connection happens. Because after all, Christmas isn't about perfection, it's about real connection. this Christmas runs on real connection. Only with Digicel.
All right, so pop over to Digicel because the deals are on point. I can tell you they've got everything from Samsung A26 phones for $115. The A36 is $215. And of course, iPhone will not be left out. iPhone 14 going for $395, up to 60% off on these devices. Plus, you get a little prepaid plan with it. So, the A26 comes with a 5-day plan included. The A36, my apologies, comes with a 10-day plan. And if you do the iPhone 14 for the $395, you get a 30-day plan. And those are all for prepaid customers. And then, of course, postpaid, not to be left out. Also, some really nice specials for those individuals as well, including the iPhone 17. Nice. 256 gigabyte internal storage for only $999. And that is, they say, over 60% savings from the original price of $1,500. I can tell you they're brand new. So that is actually a really good deal. And they do have financing available. Terms and conditions do apply. So of course, you get financing once your account has been in good order. And yeah. And I think those are some good deals. So check it out. You can go to any of the 3 locations, Cayman Bay, Waterfront / Georgetown location, or Countryside as well. And location convenient for everyone. So what a weekend. So much is going on. Let's start with our headline story. In fact, no, before we get to the headline story, I have a bit of an update. I kind of don't want to start here because this is no doubt going to put a damper on the rest of the show, but I do need to let you guys know what is going on. So on Thursday, Thursday was Thanksgiving, and we had a really nice telethon for Noel and Kayaso Smith, raised quite a bit in pledges. And then we had a turn of events on Friday afternoon. So I was sitting here and I got a phone call, in fact, from someone who said, "Hey, Sandy, something's going on in Windsor Park down by Oakville. You might want to check it out." Now, as you guys know, Oakville is kind of the heart of Windsor Park in a way. And it also happens to be where Noel lives. So when I heard that, I thought, my first instinct was to message him and say, "Hey, something's going down on your street. Have you heard of anything? Is everything okay? You heard anything?" Lots of ambulance, lots of police. And I didn't get a response. And then not longer after that, quite ironically enough, Mr. Amelia was messaging me to say that the power had gone out in her area and she was stuck at home. And, she was at home and it was so hot. So she was complaining about the power being out. It wasn't out for very long. I'm told about 14 minutes. And so I thought, okay. I did reach out to CUC. They said, it was so quick and they were working to really just restore the power. That was the most important thing. So they hadn't yet posted a notice about it. So I said, okay, no problem. So then the next thing I heard was, OMG, something has happened to Noel. And I thought, what? This is such a crazy story. Honestly, my brain struggles to make heads or tails of this, but I'm going to just tell you guys what happened. I mean, it's crazy, but when the power went out, his breathing machine, which literally helps him breathe, shut off because of the power outage. And unfortunately, that meant he couldn't breathe. And that sent him into cardiac arrest. And so as a result of that, Nole he was rushed to the hospital on Friday afternoon. And he has since been in intensive care in the ICU. And he is on life support at this time. So all we can do right now is continue to keep the family in our prayers and thoughts. Pray for him, because if you believe, a lot of y'all want to talk about you believe in the man upstairs, now is your time to bring your collective prayers together, bring your collective faith together, and really pray for a miracle. And, all things are possible. So I ask you to keep his family. They don't need to be inundated at a time like this. I know a lot of people want to call and whatever. Sometimes you got to just give people space as they're trying to process what's happening. They'll be showing up at their gate. Don't go to his mother's gate and stuff. Just give the woman space. Give them space. Those of you who pledged last week, more than ever, your donations are definitely going to be needed, because, as he comes out of this, we're going to be positive, and he goes home, he will definitely need that medical bed and other supplies at his disposal. So if you pledged last week and you don't have the account details, it was in the article that we did. But if you need to reach out to me directly, please do so. I've forwarded it to a lot of people, but I'm continuing to send it to the list. That's why I wanted to take down people's numbers, just to ensure that I had, sent it to as many people as I possibly could. So, yeah, hasn't really been a great weekend as we continue to keep him in our prayers. I mean, the chances of it happening is just unbelievable. And of course, I had so many questions like, why was this not on a UPS? And why was the generator not on? And, all these things that go through your head from a logical perspective. But at a time like this, not really the time, I suppose, to even be asking those questions, although they do come to you. So that's where we're at. Very, very, very unfortunate and shocking information. And of course, that morning he was up and talking to people and feeling pretty good. So when I tell you about the precariousness of life, health, and wellness, you just never know. You literally just never know. So thank you guys so much. Some of you were aware, and, all we can do is just now wait and see and pray for some good news. Okay. All right. Yes. Ay. What to do? For those of you who didn't know, I don't like to be the bearer of bad news, but I figured it was best to update the community, especially since you guys had come together in such an amazing way to really help. And so the scheduled fundraiser, which was going to happen this Friday, will not be happening on Friday. And in fact, I was saying to the family, you know, maybe don't stress yourself out with this at all, because now you've got some pledges, some funds coming in. Just utilize that, because it's not easy putting on these fish fry style events. You got to go out and buy the fish and the fritters and this and that, and you need people cooking and all sorts of stuff, right? So if you had not yet pledged anything, you've been sitting thinking about it, let me encourage you to make a donation, because his family, now more than ever, could certainly use those funds to assist with his ongoing medical situation. All right, he's at HSA, but I would say no visitors, just allow him to get some rest. His body needs to rest, and the doctors are doing everything medically possible to see if they can bring him out of this. So as you know, when you're in a coma and stuff, a lot of times they will give you medication to try to help your body just rest and heal, because that's the most important thing. And, during the rest, a lot of healing can happen. But they are, just monitoring every minute of it. So I think the most important thing is probably for him to just get the rest that he needs. All right. Yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, I was like, what the hell? Ay. All right. So yes, Miss Lucille, thank you so much. She says, I believe in God, and my prayer goes out for Noel. I know him, and always his mom is so sad to hear Sandy. God be with him. And so, yes, just pray. That's the best thing I think we can all do at this time. And like I said, also just give the family, they're dealing with a lot. His sisters, his mom, they're going to be dealing with the doctors and trying to get him home as safely as possible, and getting regular updates and stuff. So please know that I'm checking on him constantly, and I will update you guys so that perhaps you feel less of a need to reach out directly to the family. They know that you guys are with them, and that your prayers are with them as well. Okay. So yes, I wanted to update you guys there. All right. Good morning. Miss Felicia Demare is joining us from New York. Miss Morna, yeah, it's pretty wild. Good morning, Lavana. How are you? All right, so let's move on to a few other things here this morning. Notably, there was a story that we broke over the weekend that is pretty wild and crazy. And it is in relation to a Caymanian who was detained by ICE. Whoa. Wasn't too sure I would see this, to be honest, but Caymanians are worldwide these days, honey child. We are definitely in the mix. And so that means that there is no world where we don't necessarily show up in it as active participants in the messiness of it all and what's going on. So we're going to talk about some of that. And of course, we can't talk about that without also talking about some of the policies around the Trump administration. So, wowee, pretty wild stuff happening. By the way, before we get to that, We have 2 teenagers that are missing this morning. Police have requested help. So if you are aware of where these teenagers are, please reach out. Some of you do send me tips on these types of situations. Just WhatsApp me. I can't even be bothered with checking social media messages anymore. It's just too much. It is just too much. So, yeah. These young ladies, let me just show you their pictures. If you know their whereabouts this morning, please, I'm sure some adult is harboring them, and you know that that's against the law. If you're a teenager and harboring them, that is also against the law and you can get in trouble. They're both 17-year-old girls. They were reported missing on Friday. I don't know why we were only finding out about it yesterday. But Latoya Sr. was last seen at the University College of the Cayman Islands, where she's a student, on Friday, November 28th. She's described as being approximately 5'4", tall with a medium build. She was last seen wearing a yellow dress, a black hoodie, and black slippers, and her hair in a ponytail. And then that same day, Jasmine Ebanks left her West Bay home to attend school, but has also not been seen since. She's described as 5'3", medium build, dark complexion, brown eyes, and black hair. She was dressed in all black when she left home. Young ladies, if you're listening to the Cold Hard Truth this morning, please reach out to your family. Or the RCIPS. They need to know that you're safe. Obviously, they're very, very concerned about your well-being. And the police want to remind the public that anyone who harbors or conceals a young person is committing a criminal offense punishable by a $2,000 fine and up to 3 months imprisonment. And clearly, they got to start sending y'all to jail because this is happening way too often. And these young ladies do not just disappear and reappear out of thin air. They are going somewhere or another. So someone is harboring them. And the police need to start putting some of y'all in jail. Young ladies, you're worrying your families today and since Friday, because unfortunately, we live in a time now when anything is possible. So the fear is real. You know, the fear is real. So please do not continue to stay wherever you are. Just come forward. Things can happen. But I'm sure your parents and your family members are more concerned just to see you and make sure that you're okay. All right, ladies? All right. I know you guys will get the messages. Sometimes these young ladies message me on social media to say, Miss Sandy, you can take that down. I'm fine. I'm like, no, you're not. Contact the police and tell them that. Or contact, your family and tell them that you're fine. What are you messaging me for? Because I need them to go back home where they belong. Maybe not even home, because sometimes home for these young girls, unfortunately, is not always a safe space. But if that is the case, then you need to tell the authorities that. Because a lot of times they're running from something, as well as, you see what I tell you? I literally just opened up Messenger because I keep telling y'all to please just WhatsApp me. And the first message I see came in 11:16 last night. Okay. A lot of times you guys will see them at different locations, so I appreciate you coming forward. All right. Yep. So yeah, you're quicker to get a response as well when you WhatsApp me these details. WhatsApp is also very, very busy. So of course, you know that we will eventually get to you. Now, some of the scammers are like sending WhatsApp messages. Don't bother with that. Because you'll just be blocked on WhatsApp. Okay. All righty. Let me see here. Thank you guys so much. Okay, so let's talk about this situation. Mikey. Wow, I was taken aback by the Mikey story. I know Mikey from when he was a young little bit of thing, young man, working for, I want to say that Mikey used to work for Cayman Airways. If my memory serves me correctly, I think so. Was it Cayman Airways that he worked for? One of the airlines at the airport. Did Mikey work for, was it American or Cayman Airways? He was at the airport, I think. Or am I confusing him with Steven? Oh, Lord. Oh, could be. I can't remember. Where did Mikey used to work? Was it the airline? Anyway, Mikey has gotten himself in a bit of a situation where apparently he worked at KX. That's what I thought. Thanks for the heads up. Thanks for the confirmation. Yeah, I was like, was it Mikey? I think Steven used to work for one of the other, like Delta or somebody else. But yeah, so Mikey worked for Cayman Airways back in the day. And I've known Mikey a really, really long time. And I must say that I was taken aback by the fact that he's now been detained by ICE. Well, you know, not for nothing, but ICE is detaining everybody these days. I mean, you go there for a visit and have nothing to do with America and their hot mess, you're worried. Caymanians, let me tell you something. Do not play around with this situation. Get in and out of America as quickly as you can. Go there like me. Pick up your little Amazon orders, whatever you go in there for. Somebody tell me, go to Red Lobster to get some of their, they have this, this new broil, seafood broil that's supposed to be to die for. Get your little food fix, you know, do your little sandwich visits because, you know, we got to hit up a couple places for food and get the heck out of Dodge. America is nobody's friend right now. And this has nothing to do with immigration policies because I am a believer in following the laws and following policy and procedures. That is not what America is about. America is about if you look a particular way, they are going to judge you, right? And even American citizens, like bona fide, they've gone through the process, they've done it the right way. Even those people are now being arrested and detained. Your own citizens. Somebody said this is reminiscent of what the Germans did, you know, during and leading up to World War II. It's crazy. There's no due process. There's nothing. So all I can tell you is do not play around. Don't go there trying to break no laws. Just be in and out and be about your business. Now, Mikey has been in the States, as I recall, for at least, well, it's definitely been over 10 years, probably more like 15 years. So I recall when Mikey went, when he decided to move there, I think he went to New York. I don't know if he's still in New York, but he lived there. He was there for quite some time. So I don't know how y'all, when you go there, I don't know how you go there. I'm assuming originally in a visitor's visa. And we're going to go through the details that are contained in because obviously his mom posted something, bless her little heart. His mom posted something and she's, very, very upset from a mother's perspective. But, we've known of other Caymanians in the past who've gone to the US and who have tried a little thing with Uncle Sam, and they get kicked out just like anybody else who does it. And so it is not in your best interest to ever play around with the US. But right now, in particular, is don't do it. You would have to be stupid and then some. If you're there and you've not had the opportunity to regularize your situation, whatever your situation is, maybe you come back home. Home is a beautiful place. Cayman is an amazing country. Come back home. No one here is going to come in the middle of the night unless you've committed a serious crime. And even then, our laws don't operate like that. They can only serve search warrants from sundown to sunup. Nobody's barging in at 3:00 in the morning to grab you out of your bed so that you don't even know what's going on. We got rights in this country regardless. So I would suggest that you do things the right way. Because y'all know, let me be clear. Y'all know when stuff happens in the US anyway. You break up with your significant other, you always run back home. I don't care how great y'all claim the UK and the US is, y'all run right back home when you're ready, because there's no place like home. So let's delve into this situation with Mikey. Oh, look at that little baby picture. So cute. So we can figure out what's going on here. Bareback is back. Are you sure he's Caymanian? Caymanians are supposed to be Mother Teresa. Oh, poor you, Bareback. Still up in your feelings from the show the other day? Well, keep tuning in, because what you will find out is on this program, we hold everybody accountable, whether you're Caymanian or whatever. Bareback was here when we were having the conversation about Jamaicans on, what day was that? Was that Friday? I can't even remember now. The days get meshed together. But Bareback was all in his feelings, thinking that we have some issue with Jamaicans. Just keep listening, because you'll get to learn that what is good for one is good for all. We don't condone wrongdoing from anybody. It doesn't matter who it is. And first and foremost, we hold ourselves accountable more than we do anybody else. So even a lot of the issues that we have in this country, where we're allowing others to break our laws, especially our immigration laws, that's Caymanians that are doing that, eh? It's Caymanians that are taking out work permits, knowing full well that they don't have jobs for people. So let's be very, very clear here. We don't condone any of it. All right. So Mikey, yes, his mom put up the cute little baby picture. So we all went, aw. But let's try to understand exactly what happened here and what this situation is all about, because understanding is obviously critical to getting to the bottom of this. All right. So it sounds very, very convoluted, but I'll tell you what we seem to know is that Mikey apparently is now married to an American. And so what I suspect has happened is that he actually did not get there the right way. And you guys know how immigration works, right? I mean, in the United States of America, you can't always correct your situation after you've gone down the wrong path. And especially when it comes to marriage, because they're very, very, I told you guys about this before. I was married to an American, so I kind of know a bit about the process. I know exactly how it works. And I know that when you apply for that green card, I know exactly what they put you through and what they do. And this was in better times. This was in the late 90s when there wasn't this kind of madness that's going on now, right? Now a lot has changed. And so on November the 24th, just 3 days before Thanksgiving, Mikey, whose proper name is Alan Michael Dabrio, we'll know him as Dabrio, now he has a new married name, was detained by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, aka ICE. So they had a scheduled meeting for their green card interview with the USCIS. And they had been accompanied by their pastor. And apparently they had a lot of harsh questioning about the validity of their marriage. And they were told by the officer interviewing them that they had until the end of the year to rectify an issue from 2022 that they were unaware of, this is what it says, until that very moment. So what I suspect is at some point in 2022 would have been when whatever his status was in the States, it changed to illegal status. And you have to be able to rectify that. I'm going to tell y'all a personal story about immigration in the US and how things are not always what they seem. So this is why I often say to you, listen, I am very, very cognizant of a lot. A lot of you have never lived anywhere else. You've never been through immigration. You come to Cayman, you know what happens here a little bit. Y'all getting your feelings about that. And so you think that, oh, Cayman is really harsh and, you know, this is what's happening in the Cayman Islands. And oh my God, Cayman has one of the easiest low-key immigration systems I have ever seen in my entire life. And having dealt with the US system, let's just say I know a thing or two about what I'm talking about. It's not anywhere as easy as this elsewhere in the world. And I'm going to share how I know that with my own experiences. So what is actually happening now is, and I'm going to show you proof of this, and it sounds like this is what probably happened in Mikey's case, right? So despite them being told, it goes on to say that she informed them that there was an order out for his removal, and therefore his green card was not approved. So, you know, the officer questioned them about the legitimacy of their marriage. Obviously, that is one process. It says that they were rigorously questioned, but because there was already an order from 2022, they could not approve his green card. And one thing I know is you have to regularize any outstanding matters before you can proceed. So, as I thought, he arrived in the US in 2013. So this sounds about right from when I remember him leaving. That sounds about right. They did approve the application to state their marriage was bona fide, which that's not really an application. That's part of the green card process. So once again, if you've never been through this, you don't understand exactly what it is. I'm reading to you what they said, but where I know a little bit differently, I'll try to correct the thing as well. So it's not, they're not there to it's not like a different application where they say, oh, this is a valid marriage. No. In the context of the green card application, they have a right, and they often do it, to interview you. And I told you guys this last week, a lot of times they will separate parties. Even before this came up, I was talking to you guys about this last week. So they will separate the parties, and they will ask one spouse questions about the other spouse. And they want to know all sorts of stuff about, you know, the relationship, you know, what you know about her and her personal habits, her cycle, her this, her that, whatever. And any discrepancy that they see, they're going to be like, red flag here. Because a lot of people abuse, as they do here in Cayman, we call it a fraudulent marriage. A lot of people in the United States of America use marriage as one of the easiest ways to get into the States and to eventually get to the citizenship route. And so rightfully so, the process is open for scrutiny. So it says here that he was meticulous, or so he thinks, with his paperwork since his arrival in 2013. And he was devastated to get this news. And it goes on to say that they were promised throughout the tough and awkward interview, they're all tough and awkward, that they'd be able to leave the building safely, and told to immediately seek legal counsel and get in front of an immigration judge as soon as possible. Now listen to this. As the interview continued, the officer kept getting up to come and go from her office. When she returned the last time, her tune changed. And before bidding them a good day, she admitted to the brother, which is the husband, that she can only control what happened in her office and had no guarantee of their safe departure. Stick a pin, because this is a tactic that is happening now all over the US. So they are actually going purposely to hearings. This is one of the tactics that, and it's so funny because just yesterday I saw this covered in one of the news media. And it is one of the tactics that ICE is actually using amongst others, right? So they're going to courthouses and they're going to immigration hearings. And if you're told that you've had a problem and your situation needs to be regularized, they are nabbing you before or after your court appearances. So let me show you this video to prove the point.
It's a mockery of due process. It's a mockery of our Constitution.
So here we go. This now is ICE agents showing up at courthouses after someone has gone into a court. Sometimes they actually have an order that says you have time to resolve this. We're giving you time, or we're helping you to regularize. The court is helping people to go through the process as you should. This is what the court is all about, right? And the ICE agents ignore the court orders and are grabbing people and picking people up anyway. And so this sounds like exactly what has happened to Mikey, except they didn't do it at court because he hadn't gotten to court yet. They did it at the Office of Immigration where you would go for your interview. So watch this video, folks. So the text, just for the radio listener, says ICE detains immigrants as they leave court appointments.
It's a mockery of due process. It's a mockery of our constitutional rights in a courtroom in the middle of New York City.
Every weekday in New York City, foreigners come here to 26 Federal Plaza to meet with the judges overseeing their immigration cases.
But since this past spring, ICE agents are there detaining some men and women without explanation as they leave routine court hearings, even when their case is still ongoing. Ben Remy comes here almost every day to deliver free legal advice to whoever needs it, wherever they need it, even in a bathroom, after he saw a federal agent follow someone in.
Soy abogado de inmigración, ¿ok? No tiene que hablar con los oficiales, si usted no quiere, ¿ok? Es su derecho.
So basically he told them that they don't need to speak to the officer. He went in the bathroom and he followed them. And he said that you do not need to, I mean, you can imagine following someone in the bathroom. You do not need to speak to these officers in a bathroom if you don't want to. That is your legal right. You can, there's a Fifth Amendment and it applies to, oh my God, this is just so crazy.
To deliver free legal advice to whoever needs it, wherever they need it, even in a bathroom, after he saw a federal agent follow someone in.
Soy abogado de inmigración, ¿ok? No tiene que hablar con los oficiales, si usted no quiere, ¿ok? Es su derecho.
Están agarrando a uno cuando sale.
Sí, pero nunca sabe quién exactamente. Y por eso es mejor.
So he says that, they're waiting for you. He says, yes, but you never know who they arrest exactly. For that reason, it's best to be prepared. So they're telling anybody can be arrested. They just randomly pick people, guess. An hour later, that same man that he followed in the bathroom is immediately detained outside the court.
Tiene su derecho. Usted puede darme esta tarjeta si usted.
Hold on. He has rights.
Sus derechos. Tiene su derecho. Usted puede darme esta tarjeta si.
And he gives him
his card. Sí, tengo. Yo voy a caminar con usted. No está solo.
And he says, I will walk with you since you're not alone. An asylum seeker from Venezuela, an older guy, and they just nabbed him as he came out of the courtroom. I'm just reading the translation for you guys.
From Venezuela, older guy, and they just grabbed him as soon as he came out of there, and just immediately grabbed him by the neck, took him super violently, and then coupled him to the stairwell down there. He was given his final hearing where he can argue his asylum case, but unfortunately, he won't be going to that hearing because he'll be detained indefinitely.
In New York City, ICE made nearly half of all of its arrests outside courtrooms through July this year. We reached out to the Department of Homeland Security about the strategy of detaining asylum seekers outside their immigration court hearings, and in response, they said the practice was, quote, common sense and safer because people have gone through security and been screened to not have any weapons.
Elvis? These detentions are leaving immigrants with an impossible choice.
Watch out.
If they skip a hearing, that's grounds for removal. But since Trump has come into office, they can still be detained even while trying to go through the legal process.
So this is pretty wild. And this is apparently exactly what happened to Mikey. And I cannot condone this. I see KK saying Cayman needs to do the same thing. No, we don't. Absolutely not. There is a proper way to do things, and people are entitled. When you live in a civilized society that operates on the basis of the law, there is a proper way to do things, and we are all entitled to our rights. So Nico says we need a few ICE agents in Cayman. That's interesting, Nico, because I recall something happening. Wasn't it you with some of your goods and something with customs and some mix-up story? And you didn't like how they did it? And was that you, or was that somebody else in the cell phone business? And so the customs, detained your goods unfairly or this or that. You can't have a set of rules that apply when it comes to due process for some people and not for other people. Because as you can see, what is happening in America right now, what happened in Germany before World War II, before we were even born, that's the kind of stuff that leads to complete chaos in societies where the rule of law is deteriorated to the point where someone can grab you and your entire family and take you off and put you in a gas chamber and nobody can do or say anything about it. This is absolutely unacceptable. Murderers have rights. There is due process, or alleged murderers, I should say, have processes and rights, due process under the law, right? The day that you say that this is okay, you have lost the plot, because then you are allowing law enforcement, police officers, immigration officers, everybody to feel like they can do whatever they want and they can get away with it. And that's not right. There are police officers and ICE agents that are breaking the law. And you guys are saying, well, that's okay because they're picking up illegal immigrants. There's a way to deal with people. And this is not the correct way to do it. The law, first and foremost. If someone has broken the law, the books say, this is the process. We issue search warrants. We take them before a judge who knows the law more than ICE agents, knows the law more than police, right? If there's a reason why, or some legal right that they have to remain, they can go through that process. They can have a lawyer argue on their behalf. And if they lose their case, then yes, you leave. Ignoring the rule of law to make you feel better about immigration policies when AI can take all your friggin' jobs anyway, be clear about that, is not the way to go. Dominique, you are making an assumption. He says they broke the law, they entered legally. Not everyone, and that's where you need to educate yourselves. There's some people who came in from Venezuela, got permission to come in under a particular program, and Trump has since changed his mind about that, as he does every other day. And now they're considered illegal. And when they came in, they were not illegal. This is why you need to educate yourselves before you get here and get in the comment section and talk pure nonsense. Okay? So let me tell y'all something. Because like I said, I am all too familiar with the US immigration system on a personal level. I went in on a student visa when I was 9 years old. You have children who are going in at 5 and 7 years old. When I was a 9-year-old, I had absolutely no idea anything about immigration. I'm a kid. My aunt, in her limited knowledge, Aunt Lottie, also didn't know very much about immigration. But what she knew was required to get me on a student visa. She went through that process. Okay? Now, what she didn't know, she did all the provided bank statements. Yes, I can take care of this child financially, da da da. So I lived in the US for over 10 years and never once knew anything about the fact that I was on a student visa. I'm a 9-year-old. What do I know how I got there legally, right? So all of a sudden, when I get to now to start applying for university, I'm told, oh, you're here on a student visa, which means that you are considered an international student. And so therefore, ironically enough, you have to pay this international student fee. And I was like, what? I'm an international student? I didn't know that. I was like, really? What does that mean? Well, legally, that has a definition and there are perimeters, and you can't come in one way and it just automatically changes. They're like, yeah, your aunt and all that time could have regularized your immigration status, but she didn't. And so the US doesn't care. And I thought to myself, wow, that's a harsh reality. As a poor student, now I'm like, I can't pay 4 times the tuition. I'm going to be struggling just to pay the one tuition, the in-state tuition free. So as life would have it, the irony of all ironies is I had won a scholarship. It was I applied for the scholarship. I had to give a debate and whatever. And I won this scholarship from the George Edgecombe Bar Association. Now, if you know anything about George Edgecombe, you guys can go look it up. He's no longer alive, and I don't think he was alive then, but there's an actual George Edgecombe Bar Association, and they gave out a scholarship every single year, and I won it that particular year. And then they have like an annual banquet and whatever. And so one of the partners that worked in the firm, he was an immigration specialist, and he said to me, we understand that you have a bit of a situation on your hands with immigration. I will assist you. And I was like, oh my God, thank you so much. So George Edgecombe was like the first African-American, I believe, to actually get called to the bar in the state of Florida. I believe it was the entire state of Florida. So he passed away in 1976. There's a whole thing about him. And he's left this legacy behind. He was a native of West Tampa, and he graduated from the George S. Middleton High School back then with honors in 1960. So he served as a president of his student body and, leadership. He becomes, I think, one of the first African-Americans, if not the first, to practice law. And so there's quite a bit about him. And they've even dedicated a courthouse in honor there in Hillsborough County of him being the first African-American judge. So, I was very, very honored back in 1991, to be the scholarship recipient of this award. And so I went to this nice fancy banquet, made my aunt, my uncle, we all sat down in a room full of lawyers, and, I got the scholarship. It wasn't a whole lot of money, but every dime counted. And so one day I was at the dinner table, and I was talking to them about this immigration thing. And they're like, oh, you're in a bit of a quandary. And I said, yeah, I don't know what to do. Like, what do I do? So this immigration lawyer took on my case pro bono. And what he ended up doing to try to, you look at, okay, like, how can we fix this? Once you're 18, I'll tell you how he tried to fix it and why it didn't necessarily work. But he said the easiest and best thing to do is your aunt should now become your proper legal guardian. So she should adopt you, right? And I was like, oh, okay. And he's like, yeah, she should have done it probably a long time ago. But she was just operating under the basis of, oh, this is my niece. She's here to stay with me, blah, blah, blah. He's like, no. you need to have a legal status with her, not just staying with your aunt. And so they went through they fast-tracked the whole adoption process, and she adopted me. But unfortunately, because I already had turned 18 at the time, or it might have been 17 on the cusp of turning 18, it was like too late in terms of adoptions. Like there is an age cutoff for adoptions, right? And so what we then were able to do is we then had to make a case directly to USF, to the university, to allow me to pay in-state tuition. And so given my history of how long I had been in the US, and once they heard the whole story, they were like, okay, fine, we'll make an exemption in your case where you can pay in-state tuition, although legally you're still considered an international student, right? For the purposes of immigration and ICE and whatever. So I can sympathize with people who have to go through these things. And it is not an easy road at all to have to deal with immigration. That's how I also know that immigration here tends to be very straightforward and very easy to deal with. The laws are not necessarily, all of that complex. I say that because I want to really for people to understand. I never condone, and I see El Rey says that search warrants are not required to pick up illegal persons. I wasn't talking about illegal persons. This is where it starts, El Rey, and then you erode the law at all angles. Okay? Denny says, unfortunately, many Caymanians are okay with tyrannical rule. Disgusting. You are eroding the law. You start with immigrants and you don't stop with immigrants. Let me show you another video where an American citizen is being treated the same way and being arrested the same way. How do you justify this kind of disgusting behavior from ICE agents? Okay.
Get out. You're a citizen. I'm a U.S. citizen. You're a U.S. citizen.
This 17-year-old kid saying, I'm a U.S. citizen. The ICE agent says, I don't care. In what world do you live where you're a citizen of that country? And once again, these people can just come and grab you off the streets. They're breaking out people's windshields. They are taking people. And you know what their response is when you say, dude, I'm a U.S. citizen? Because they're looking at you going, oh, well, you look Mexican, you look Spanish. So therefore, all Mexicans and all Spanish people are clearly illegal in the United States of America. And they have, from their leadership, the authorization to say to American citizens, I don't care. I don't care that you're an American citizen. You guys really think that somehow this is right? In what world do you support this kind of nonsense? This doesn't make any sense, right? First, it starts out with, oh, well, they're undocumented. So, we have then it goes to, well, they're leaving the courthouse and they're trying to get their situation regularized. And we don't even know what their situation is because Trump has just said, well, we'll undo things that we've done in the past with like Venezuelan migrants. These people actually went to the polls and they voted for this man. And this is what you get, right? Now their family members are being taken away from them. There was another story the other day where this mother had a baby and they have taken her away and left her poor baby in the United States of America. Come on, folks. This goes against just human decency. It goes against law and due process, but it goes against just human decency as well. Just because someone is an illegal immigrant does not mean that you get to treat them like dirt. I don't agree with that. Yes, follow the law, follow the procedures, but guess what? It applies to every person. Those ICE agents, they need to follow the law. They need to follow procedure. They've never had the power to just go in and do this foolishness until now. And why? Why do they have that power now? Because of Donald Trump. That's why. So you guys can be unsympathetic as much as you want, but I want you to know that one of these days, your time is going to come where you will understand when you have someone with their foot on your neck and an injustice is being committed, that you have to be prepared to fight for your rights. Listen, I feel like nobody in Cayman has been arrested more than me, really, in the Cayman Islands. And you know how I end up winning? Because when they come, they always manage to get it wrong. Even the one conviction they got it wrong. Right? Not everybody has the resources or the understanding of the law. Not everybody has a law degree. When they're serving you the search warrant, I'm looking at it going, let me look at the details of the search warrant. They come in and they get all sorts of stuff actually wrong on the search warrant. And they want to sit back and think, oh, well, they can do that. This is a valid search warrant. I have stood up myself before a grand court judge and said the police are doing this kind of nonsense to people in this country. The same thing that they did serving a legal warrant on that lawyer the other day, Michael, what's his name? Mr. Myers. He got a $90,000 payout. I didn't get a single dime because I'm a Caymanian. If you guys don't think that there's different laws and application in this country, you better wake the hell up. And you cannot sit back and say that we will allow this to happen to foreign nationals in our country or in America or in anywhere else and think that your day is not going to come. The erosion of law and order impacts all of us. And that is why people stand up every single day and fight for things to be not just done, but done the right way. People are entitled. They are entitled to due process. The President of the United States of America can stand up and instruct his people to blow people out of the water because he's going to show you video and evidence that these people are drug runners. I don't know anything about them being drug runners. They 99% probably are drug runners. But in what world do you get to decide somebody's fate and execute them without even a trial? You know what world? World War II. Pre-World War II Germany. That is where it happened. And it doesn't stop with, oh, they're drug runners. This man will do any and everything in his power that the American people and the collective world is going to sit back and allow him to do. And you guys sit back in Cayman because you think he's going to protect your couple little dollars in the bank. You think the economy, and y'all are so stupid and foolish because it's all incorrect, right? You think that that is going to somehow make this world a better place, and it doesn't. There's a picture of a man, Trump supporter, MAGA supporter, yesterday that I saw. I have to find it on my phone, where this man is sitting down saying he doesn't care if Trump is a pedophile. And I said, of course you don't. Because you guys are so blinded by stupidity, because that's the only thing this could possibly be. You are so blinded by nonsense and stupidity that this man could do anything, and you would be absolutely okay with it. Why? Ask yourselves why. Why is Trump so attractive? He's attractive to a lot of you because there's something innately inside of you that is hateful, just like him. That's the only way that you can sit down and talk about if you don't care if somebody's a pedophile. In what world is any of this normal? I hear some of you, well, Sandy, I don't agree with everything he says. Really? Tell me what part of it you agree with so I can know what kind of person you are. Because if you agree with any of this nonsense, you've got to have your head checked. Of course you don't mind. You don't care if he's a pedophile. Y'all don't care if he's a rapist. This man has gotten up and said that he grabs women by the privates. And y'all don't care. He is a criminal himself. He has been convicted of numerous things. And you all do not care. So let me ask you something. Why is it that what's good for everybody else is not good for Donald Trump? In what world do you excuse this kind of behavior? You cannot be in your right minds and think that this is okay. That's why some of you, when you were running for political office, right? You tried to distance yourself. Well, we're not that much of a Trump supporter. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You held celebratory parties when he was elected. All y'all do is love on Trump and talk about him 24/7. Some of you, every single social media post, you guys are talking about how much you love this man, no matter what he does. He has pardoned murderers, drug runners, all sorts of people, right? But as long as he arrests a few immigrants, you guys are happy with that. Now, the reality is the vast majority of people that he has pardoned, I mean, a very small percentage of those people, of course, you're like, oh, they're all criminals. No, they're not. A very, very small percentage of those people are actually criminals. But y'all don't care about that. You don't care about the truth, because the truth is a convenient thing for you until it no longer is. And yet, he is now prepared. Y'all need to explain this to me, because you continue to support this man and none of it makes any sense. He is now prepared to actually pardon the former president of Honduras, who was the biggest drug runner. Hello. You know how much cocaine went directly into the United States of America because of this president and his brothers and the whole, government system in Honduras, who for eons was running drugs through the United States of America. And here's the crazy part about it. The man actually said in his own words that he would shove the drugs, this is a quote, he would shove the drugs right up the noses of the gringos by flooding the United States of America with cocaine. So let me understand your logic when you talk about due process. Okay? So the due process is dispensed with and is done away with when it comes to poor Venezuelan drug runners. When the evidence shows that the majority of those drugs don't come to the United States of America, that's not the market, right? So you're happy with this man dropping bombs on those people, killing those people, blowing those people out of the water. Oh, that's no problem because they're drug runners. Then we have the biggest drug runner to have been known, and he was a president of a country. And that becomes A-okay because of what? Come now, have it make sense. Because in no world does this make sense. Your defense of this man, your ignorance and your blind defense of him falls apart. Trump wasn't convicted? Bareback, really? Are you serious? You see, this is the level of ignorance. If you're going to sit here and watch the show, try to learn something. But if you're going to sit here and be ignorant, talk about Trump was not convicted, you need to shut the hell up. This man has been convicted multiple times. He's the only president that has multiple convictions. Since y'all want to come here and talk stupidity, right? He had a 6-week-long trial. And of course, where were you? In New York, April the 15th through May the 30th, 2024. And he was convicted on all 34 counts. Please do not comment, because I'm about to block you and your stupid self now, right? I can't take ignorance. Don't comment here if you can't even get it right. He wasn't convicted. Really? Really? The level of ignorance is just shocking. Y'all want to believe whatever you want to believe. This man has had to pay out money. Even just the other day, one of his own judges finally said he's trying to get out of paying out another $1 million with some mix up with him and the Clintons The judge said, no, you're going to pay this money. Go and just Google his lawsuits, and you will see the number of times that he has had to pay out money. Right? Just 4 days ago, appeals court panel upholds a $1 million sanction against Trump. He was convicted. Y'all just make up whatever you want. The truth is apparently very, very convenient for you all. You decide what you want to believe and what you don't want to believe. And that's not right. Okay? Philip says it's a cult. I'm beginning to believe so. It's a cult of stupidity is what it is. And this is what cults look like. You don't believe what is right before you. You don't believe evidence. You believe nonsense and pure lies. This is absolutely ridiculous. So I feel for Mikey because I see exactly what the Trump and the ICE agents are doing to other people who have actually gotten it right, who've done it the right way, and they simply do not care. Meanwhile, for the first time in U.S. history, this man is hiding the unemployment report, the job report. That has never, ever happened since they started tracking this stuff ever in the United States of America. You know why? Because for all of his, I'm going to fix America, I'm going to fix the economy, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, he has done the opposite. He stripped away people's rights. They don't care about due process. They don't care about law and order. They don't care about any of that stuff. And on top of it, he has tanked the American economy. Okay? It's worse than it has ever been before. So come again. Explain it to me. How do you all justify any of this nonsense? I want to share another video here with you guys. Give me one quick second. So yeah, there are Trump supporters. They don't care if he's a rapist, if he's a pedophile, if he's a criminal. Remember, he actually said it himself, that he could murder someone and y'all would still elect him to be president of the United States. And now we know that that is actually correct. Now we know. Because apparently he goes from being a really poor reality show actor to being the best actor that the Americans have ever seen. Do you guys believe all of the nonsense and all the foolishness that this man feeds you? He claims he's a Christian, that he's a family man. Really? How many divorces, how many affairs, how many underage children that he has been associated with? Best friends with the #1 pedophile, right? Someone demonstrated, I need to see if I can find that video. Oh yes, here it is. Don't worry, I'm coming. Give me a minute now because we bring in some evidence here today. With all of the redacted pages, because all of a sudden when he fought it for months and months and shut up about the Trump files. We don't want to talk about it. When people start asking him questions, you know what he would say? Piggy, calling people names. Oh, you're a piggy, you're a this, you're a that. And when he could no longer do it because finally a few Democrats won and they were going to go in there and not allow the Republicans who were in control of all houses to continue to refuse to release this report, he then does a complete 380 or 180 and says, yes, we're going to release it now. Yeah, because we're in favor of releasing it. I sit here and I go, what are y'all paying attention here? Because you only need half a brain to see what is actually happening. And you guys are like, oh no, but he's in favor of releasing it. Let me show you what they released. Let me show you exactly what the Republicans released. Just hold on a second. They redacted so much from this so-called document that they might as well have not released anything because his name is mentioned over 100 times in the documentation. This so-called Christian and family man is in there. Hold on one second. This so-called Christian and family man is mentioned in there for doing all sorts of lewd, disgusting stuff. That in no parallel universe would he ever be considered a Christian, but y'all want to still sit down there and talk about, well, he must be a Christian because apparently he's told us so. And so therefore, because he's telling us that he's a Christian, we're going to ride with him when it comes to Christian values. If this man is a Christian, I want zero to do with Christianity. If this is what y'all claim that you're going to support. Just because somebody stands up and claims to be a Christian and claims that they are, a good person, right? That they're all for family values. Yet in the same breath, he's looking at his daughters, sexualizing his own daughters and talking about how, what they have in common with their mother is their breast size and this and that. Y'all think that that's what Christians are all about? Y'all are sick. Absolutely sick. I am sick and tired of people defending what should not be something that you should ever in your right mind be able to defend. It's crazy what you guys say. And for the reasons that you give, make absolutely no sense. Look at this document. Look at that.
It's not readable. It's completely redacted.
Yeah.
For the most part, the first 50 pages.
Yeah. You take 50 pages and
This
you
one's not readable.
Look how it's
completely redacted. For the most part, the first 50 pages.
Right. That's what he wanted to do. They spent over $1 million redacting the pages and the paragraphs in this document. You know why? Because some of you would finally wake up and see Trump for the sick SOB that he is. You cannot be friends with a man like Jeffrey Epstein and not be like him. You can't be in the room with some of these underage girls and these teenage girls. Some have now committed suicide and taken their own lives unless you are just like him. Even talking about this kind of behavior makes my stomach sick. How do you think any decent person who claims that they're for family values and they're a Christian could actually sit in a room knowing that there are girls there being used as sex toys and being molested, and you, in all likelihood, were part and parcel of the problem as well? And then you turn around and become the president of the United States of America, and everybody wants to believe every single nonsense that you have to spew and that you have to say? Y'all need to wake up, because this is not acceptable. Good morning, caller.
Yeah, good morning, Sandra. You really bring it this morning.
I mean, I cannot sit back and allow this foolishness to continue unchallenged. And
you're right.
I'm disgusted by the Caymanians who are like, oh, well, because of his position on Palestine or his position, it's like they pick very, very minute things, right, that they claim they're in support of Trump for. Well, I don't agree with everything that he says, but yet they sit on social media all day long defending the nonsense that this man does.
Well, he did say that he would make America great again. So I guess, the majority of the people that, the voters actually bought into that. But his definition and conception of greatness seems to be really, absurd to the point where it's like, for whom? He's getting rid of, just in any which way he can, he's eliminating all the immigrants that come in that's doing jobs in the U.S. that the natives don't want to do, such as janitorial and all like that, right? So, I think people bought into this thing about making America great again. And we should all remember, well, if it's anything to do with making such as a pacifier to us, is that it only takes one madman to throw away the world.
I mean, you see, the problem is most of us were not alive during World War II, so we don't recognize the patterns of behavior, of completely dispersing with law of people's rights. Like, we don't see the ridiculousness of what this man is doing, but the danger of it, right? Our forefathers knew it, but yet we sit here and we ignore it. The international community is ignoring what this man is doing, and it has got to stop.
Well, Sandra, every now and then throughout history, there has been these tyrants to come around that is really, really influential to the point that you'll have a problem trying to even decipher how someone could have that spell on so many. Just take Hitler, for instance. Yeah, he used the weak bank to start the war, and he put people, to a point where they thought that, this was, this was total. They were the next step to heaven. What he was creating, at the same time, he was creating a war machine. Well, who's to say what Trump is? He seems to be a warmonger for sure. And you have Putin, and then you have the North Korean leader. So the world is really living in perilous times. And there was you heard about Nostradamus, right?
Sorry, say that again.
Did you? Nostradamus.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Well, okay, he predicted things such as, the rising of Hitler, sinking of the Titanic, Second World War, rising of Hitler, of course. And he also predicted a Third World War. Maybe that war will be not so evident as the previous ones was because of the type of warfare that's going to be done now. But, honestly, Trump he's a real detriment for the world with his type of arrogance and the way that he don't have any compassion at all as a leader. And he seems to be coming with some type of revenge toward anyone else, such like what Hitler and them had against the Jews. It's almost that extreme from where I stand in my observations. He is really an extremist to the max for all the wrong reasons. But anyway, I hope, still America's a land of opportunities, but not every opportunity will be embraced, thinking that, when you think it's a gold mine you found, you could be standing on rusted ground.
Thank you.
I'm going to leave it at that one, Sandra, but
I appreciate it.
Thanks for keep shining the light in these
I will. Thank
dark
you so
corners.
much.
Yes, nice. Thanks.
All right, thanks so much. Bareback, we had to block him. Some of you were requesting it, and he's refusing. He says, "Oh, you can't be president if you've got a conviction." Boy, it's oh my God. Please, we live in a world where facts are challenged, something that anybody could go online and verify and check. Yes, he was still allowed to be president of the United States of America, despite being convicted on 34 counts. That's sad, but that's exactly what happened. Don't come in the comment section trying to change the facts, because there's certain things here that are a matter of opinion, and then there's facts that you cannot debate. Okay? Everybody's entitled to their opinion. What you're not entitled to are the facts. This is the same man who set up this Doge agency. Talking about, we're going to save the American between him and that idiot Elon Musk. We're going to save Americans $3 trillion. And then within a couple of weeks, well, maybe if we do half that, that's great. They end up costing the American people $153 billion with this agency that was supposed to save money. Imagine that. They want to talk about abuse of resources. Oh, the SNAP program, the people that are getting immigration, not immigration, healthcare off of Obamacare. When he does away with Obamacare, 23 plus million Americans will no longer be able to have affordable health insurance, which means that they will not be able to get healthcare. 23 million Americans, and he has no backup plan of what he's supposed to come in place with. No, it's just that the rich people don't want to pay anything for healthcare, universal healthcare for anybody. And that's as close to, Obamacare came as close to offering healthcare, available healthcare options, affordable healthcare options for Americans. No, only the elite few should have access to decent healthcare. That's the philosophy that they're all about. All of him and his millionaire friends are financially protected. They're skirting around, not paying taxes. Just the other day, one of his own Republican representatives, y'all not talking nothing about that, had to pay $5 million to the IRS because since something like 2009, the man has not paid any taxes. And y'all trying to come down on the neck of the little immigrants who, by the way, pay their taxes. Even when they're working illegally, they are paying their taxes. You have it make sense. The same illegals, by the way, who Trump himself have utilized on his golf course and all kinds of stuff. He talks out of both sides of his mouth all the time. Just the other day, this man jumped up and said, well, we need migrants in this country after all, because they're the ones running the tech sector. They're the wave of the future. I'm like, wait a minute. What? What did he just say? And it's like, y'all are not paying attention. You ignore what he says, where he contradicts himself. Right? But where he says something that, oh yeah, well, I'm going to agree with this position, then you're okay with it. You can't pick and choose. You got to listen to every single thing the man says. Speaking of listening to him, when it comes to the division in America, let me be very clear what his position is.
How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less.
He doesn't care about fixing your country. Excuse me, but isn't this the same man that you guys elected because he claims he was going to fix your country? He claims he was going to make it better. And now he's sitting down there with a reporter saying he couldn't care less about fixing your country. He does not care. Simple as that. The man is like, I could care less. I don't care. Have a look at this. Right? The Trump Gilded Age, 140,000 jobs lost last month. More than 1 million workers laid off this year. Grocery prices at a record high. October jobs report was so bad he won't even release it. First time in American history that job reports, and there's another report too, hold on, that he's refusing to actually release. He's told the Labor Department that they are not allowed to release reports that they have been releasing forever. How else can you judge his performance? Well, if you don't know how bad it is, right? Maybe you won't care. It just really blows my mind. It just really blows my mind. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics, one of the things I've always said about the United States of America is I've always appreciated how quickly they get reports done, how quickly they, put stuff together. They give you the cold, hard facts. Not anymore. Because the Bureau of Labor Statistics said on Wednesday that for the first time in U.S. history, they will not release a full U.S. jobs report for the month of October. And this is because the Trump administration has said to them, don't do it. It's not favorable to him. So the only way that it would get released if it made him look good. How does that make sense? Right? Just like he didn't want the Epstein stuff to be disclosed, released. Finally, you release it. It's all deducted to the point where you might as well not have even released it. That's how bad it is. Right? White House admits key economic data may never be released and blames the shutdown that they themselves created. That's not why, because they could go and pull that information. They don't want to release it because they don't want you guys to know how bad it is. Americans, y'all need to wake up, but Caymanians, you need to equally wake up as well. Good morning, caller.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Not bad. How are you?
I'm okay. First of all, I just want to thank you for taking my call. I just want to say Donald J. Trump, he's the best thing since sliced bread. Don't you agree?
Clearly not.
I mean, sliced bread is jealous of Trump. Bread is like, wow, I thought it was convenient. But, I just want to talk about those numbers you just called, 140,000. I mean, first of all, that's false. Second of all, even if it's true, it's still false. Third of all, numbers can't be trusted unless they're good numbers. Then they're the realest numbers ever invented.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Don't you agree?
I mean, if you're a Trumpster, then obviously you have to agree with all those things, because that's where he stands. That's the position that he takes on this stuff.
Well, I mean, what do you think about the groceries that are high?
Yeah. And once again,
I mean, it's not Trump's fault that Biden printed too many avocados. Everybody knows that. Plus, prices are only high if you pay. Me, I do Patriot math. I look at a $9 box of cereal and I just say that's $3 because of freedom.
Oh my God. Thank you so much, caller. The same farmers, by the way, speaking of avocados, obviously that farmer is being tongue in cheek. The same farmers that he claimed that he was going to be helping, all the redneck farmers. Yay, you go farmers. Y'all believed in Trump and you went out there, and in those red states, y'all really went out to the polls and you put him in. And what he did was these farmers are actually having to dump avocados and all kind of stuff because they can't even get it to market thanks to Trump. He has single-handedly destroyed what was left of farmers. Here's an article on AmericanProgress.org. The Trump administration continues to demonstrate its failure to appreciate the plight of American farmers. Oh no, he can't appreciate your plight because the man speaks out of both sides of his mouth. So while he's out there talking about make America great again, put America first, and this and that with foreign people, what does he do? He bails out foreign countries before he helps his own people, right? Oh, he's going to put in tariffs. He's had to walk back on almost every single tariff that he has put up, because when he told you guys that Americans were not going to pay for it, the consumers were not going to pay for it, anybody with basic elementary math knew that that wasn't true. And yet he claimed that was, nope, the Americans not going to pay for it. When y'all started to pay for it, even stuff going up on Amazon and Amazon trying to low-key hide it, right? Then you saw what was really going on. China actually purchases a lot of stuff. I mean, for the farming community from farmers, right? Now you've got soybeans that are being thrown out because nobody ain't buying them. You've got avocados going to waste. All of this stuff is happening. The farmers are hurting worse than they ever have because of his disastrous foreign and economic policies. The man is stupid. He doesn't understand anything. And he only surrounds himself with yes people, not real people who are going to tell him the cold hard truth when he needs to hear it. So even if his policy is that of a second grader and makes no sense and is never going to work, there's nobody around Trump anymore who's going to stand up to him and say, no, you cannot do this. This is not going to work. So when the Chinese boycotted the U.S. soybeans, which apparently they buy a lot of, who knew, right? So he started this trade war with China. Turns out that China had previously purchased more than $12 billion. I'm going to say that amount again for those of you who don't know how world economies work. $12 billion worth of American soybean products in 2024 alone. That is half of the value of soybeans that are grown in the United States of America. Almost overnight, the largest export market for U.S. soybean producers was gone. China says we're not going to resume purchases until the Trump administration lifts these ridiculous tariffs. And guess what? The soybeans are staying there on farms now. No buyers. Going to waste. What's the Trump administration doing? Nothing. Hiding this information from the public. Turns out, who would have known that China was the largest consumer of soybean and soybean products in the entire world? And it's a very lucrative market for American farmers. So states in the Midwest and South face a particular challenge now because more than 80% of their land was being used for soybean production I had no clue that China actually grew less than 1/5 of the soybeans that it consumes. And the rest of it is actually imported in. Now, when Trump was sitting down, we're going to put 50% tariffs on China, he didn't think anything apparently about the $12 billion that they were spending on one product alone. Who do you think holds all the loans and all the money as well that the US owes around the world? Y'all need to go read up and educate yourselves. If you refuse to educate yourselves, that is why you remain ignorant and why you continue to support this man. Even in the best of times, farming is considered a low margin business. Many farmers need to achieve large economies of scale in order to balance, right? The flexibility and the ups and downs of the commodity markets. There's long-term risk involved in farming. It's not that easy. And now the Trump administration has added so much more to the complexities of what agricultural growers have to go through. After Russia invaded Ukraine, fertilizer prices spiked. Still on air, sir. What's up? No, sir. It's 9:16. I will call you back. Absolutely ridiculous, folks. They can't even afford to purchase equipment, putting off investing in future productivity, accumulating additional debt just to stay afloat. So all the farmers out there now crying down the place because they thought that Trump was going to save them. He has single-handedly destroyed their industry. Go and educate yourselves, please. Right? He vowed to help farmers, and yet his policies are wreaking havoc on the farming community. It's really sad. This one farmer says, if Uncle Sam, don't blame Uncle Sam, Uncle Trump will renege on a farmer, they'll renege on anybody. So now they're waking up. He says, I'm a vegetable and green farmer with mostly a row crop operation. My family has been in the farming business in Illinois since 1846. We have the oldest continuous running vegetable stand in McHenry County, and I farm 900 acres, and I try to use the least amount of fertilizer and herbicides that I can. 3 main policies have been impacting us. Number 1 is the cancellation of U.S. aid. Yep, Trump did that. That's about $1 billion worth of green that the U.S. purchases from farmers like me, and they give it to third world nations who are hungry. He did that. Remember? We talked about it. To kill that program is a disaster. It's morally bankrupt, and it hurts farmers' bottom line. Another thing that is very pressing is the payment freezes to farmers from the USDA. So this guy says, again, he's a farmer, family been in the business since 1846. So you know they were plantation owners. I was involved in the climate smart practices. We were paid to implement stewardship practices that the USDA has been preaching about since the Dust Bowl. The added benefit in these practices combat climate change. And that's what the current administration doesn't want anything to do with, because they don't care about the climate, the environment. They want to put pesticides right back in your food, all that kind of stuff. It's all evidence out there, folks. Just go research it for your own. They're all about money. Money is the bottom line for this administration. And if it means giving you cancers because of, pesticides, no checks on the foods, getting rid of the FDA, they do not care. He goes on to say, I'm supposed to be paid close to $100 an acre. Then the current administration came in and put a freeze on everything. $100 an acre might not sound like much, but there were some years that we'd be happy if we made $20 an acre off of things. I have an operating loan that I haven't been able to pay off because I was counting on that money. I have rent that's due. I have seed costs. I have chemical costs. I try to explain to people if I were a repair person and I went to my local grade school and fixed their furnace, and in the meantime, a new school board was elected, I still deserve to be paid. I signed a contract with the USDA. The full faith and credit of the United States is at risk because if Uncle Sam will renege on a farmer, he'll renege on anybody. Again, not Uncle Sam. Let's call a spade a spade. Uncle Trump is who you're talking about. The third issue, he says, is a tariff situation. China is and has been our number one export for soybeans. 100% of the soybeans that I grow are exported. That's what this farmer says, and his family's been in the business since 1846. He says 100% of the soybeans that I grow are exported. During Trump's first administration, half of all the soybeans that China purchased were from the United States. By the end of his first administration, it was down to a quarter. Now Brazil has taken over our role as the number one importer of soybeans in China. From an environmental standpoint, that means more deforestation in the Amazon. Mexico purchases 40% of the corn in the US, and he wants to have a trade war with Mexico? Mexico can just as easily buy their green from Argentina and Brazil. The USDA has also canceled a lot of contracts for food pantries and school districts to purchase from local farmers. And that's absolutely devastating. I was just in Springfield, Illinois, testifying and hearing testimony from other farmers. Many of them are first-generation farmers, and that program gave them an outlet for their produce. It's all sad listening to them saying, I finally had my dream of owning my own farm and making a living at it. Now I don't know what I'm going to do because my market has dried up. You see, every single thing Trump does has a trickle-down effect. So he takes away school food lunches and programs. He takes away U.S. aid from third world countries in the national community. Ironically, it hurts his own people in the end, but he doesn't want to tell you guys that. So while you're up touting and jumping and doing backflips about how this man is doing such amazing things, supposedly in the name of saving you money, you don't know that he's single-handedly destroying farming and other industries in the United States of America. That's why he's had to backtrack on the whole thing with the tech industry and change his tone about that. Because when you have all the tech people saying, okay, well, you don't want us in America, we can just as well do all this stuff overseas. We don't need to physically be in your country anymore. Silicon Valley can disappear. It can be Silicon Valley, India. It can be Silicon Valley, China. It can be Silicon Valley, Cayman Islands, or anywhere else in the world. Right? Then he recognizes, oh, snaps. Oh my God. He promised y'all that Trump phone. You know how many people are suing him because now that phone has not come to fruition? Ask yourselves, where's the phone that he claimed that he was going to be making available, to all the American people? It's ridiculous. Now, for whatever reason, he wants to get, I think we know what the reason is. He wants to get Maduro, who is the president of Venezuela, he wants him out of the way. Why do you guys think, right? Why do you guys think that is? What does Venezuela have that Americans want more than anything else? You actually think that Trump cares about the drug war? You think that he cares about democracy for the people of Venezuela? He doesn't care about any of those things. He wants to get his grabby little hands on Venezuelan oil. So just yesterday, apparently he called Maduro, right? And he's going around telling people that he's going to close the airspace, which he has no legal right to do, international airspace. Who does he think he is? And Maduro basically gave him the middle finger and says that Washington is now trying to prepare an attack on the people of Venezuela. This goes beyond anything. And in the same breath, He's going to pardon the former president of Mexico? Yes, this is all about oil. This comes down to money. One of his supporters was caught off guard yesterday on some program where they said, the reporter said to him, the host of the show said, hold on a second. Let me try to understand the logic here. I'm going to let you guys listen to it for yourself.
I have to ask, he is clearly very concerned about Central and South American presidents allegedly trafficking drugs to the United States. So if that's the case, why is he planning to pardon the former Honduran president who was convicted by an American jury of drug trafficking, who allegedly said, this is according to testimony from his trial, he would, quote, shove the drugs right up the noses of the gringos by flooding the United States with cocaine?
Well, the particular circumstances that I'm not quite aware of. However, I do know we're trying to build relationships with Honduras. We're trying to build relationships throughout South America and Central America because China has greatly influenced those countries in a negative way. And it's not alleged that South and Central America and Mexico is flooding our streets with drugs. We know that's where they're coming from. And so I think by building new relationships, by allowing people to have a new beginning, he's showing good faith, saying, hey, we're going to work with you as long as you work with us. The minute you want to come punch us in the face, you want to continue to send your illegal drugs to us, we're going to be very proactive against you, which this is what peace through strength looks like.
Right. Okay. And how much drugs do you think wasn't coming from Honduras, from Mexico? He's not going after those people. Why the hyper focus on Venezuela? Listen, these politicians have a knack for not even answering a question. You see how at first he was kind of like, and then, well, let's blame it on the Chinese. Oh, the Chinese are trying to go in there. Oh, China, the Chinese trying to go in there and support Venezuela. It's like, dude, the Chinese support America. Number one exporter, right? Destination for soybeans and many other products, by the way, is China. You cannot get away from the fact that China is an economic player bigger than the US in this day and age. It's crazy to think otherwise. Matthew, we're going to come to your question now about Mikey and his situation. There's so many implications of what is happening here. Matthew says, thank you for sharing my husband's story. For the record, my husband has been meticulous in keeping his immigration records and following the laws and rules of the US. We did everything correctly for a green card. Our marriage is bona fide and real. He is the love of my life and he works hard and pays his taxes. We were absolutely blindsided. He is not illegal. He has never committed a crime. And we were just trying to make a life for ourselves in the right and proper way. This has been a nightmare. So the only question I have for you, Matthew, I obviously understand your sentiments, is what is it that they told you that happened in 2022 that supposedly he needed to fix? What was that? So in other words, what is the allegation? And that's all it is, because, until they prove it in a court of law. But you see, they don't want to have to prove anything in a court of law. Because what if the U.S. immigration actually got it wrong? Have y'all thought about that? Because they're not right about every single person that they pick up. Sometimes they've incorrectly picked up people, as we have seen, and deported them. And then a judge says, you got this wrong, bring that person back. Remember the one guy that they did that with? And correction, my apologies. I think I said the president of Mexico. Of course, I'm talking about the former president of Honduras. Okay? That's who Trump is now saying that he's going to pardon. But out of the other side of his mouth, he is talking about he has an issue with Nicolas Maduro. And we cannot figure out what the real issue is. He claims that it is a destination of an alleged drug cartel run by Maduro and a terrorist group. And yet he has a man who went through the due process. All the evidence was laid out. And he was convicted. Now I'm talking about the Honduran president. He was convicted by a U.S. court system. Right? And apparently you're going to pardon that man? It doesn't make any sense. It really, really, really does not make any sense. How do you pardon him? If you really care about drugs, if you claim that you care about the drugs coming into the US, which, by the way, let me be very clear, Venezuela is not the one who's flooding the US with drugs. But if you cared, go and read the case on Hernandez. See why he got 45 years with no possibility of any early parole. And now you jump up and you're talking about you're going to let this man walk free? Really? But you're trying to put pressure on a president of Venezuela? It's illogical. And the international community cannot sit back and allow this to happen. We are going to be on the verge of World War III if President Trump continues to go the route that he's going. But yet he was fighting as to why he couldn't get the Nobel Peace Prize. What? In what world? You want the Nobel Peace Prize when you're starting more wars than anybody else for no legitimate reason? Just because you want their oil? At least with 9/11, the terrorists came on American soil. And they took innocent American lives. Like, at least I could somehow understand how America felt the need to retaliate, if nothing else. Right? That was a very different situation. Even if there was this overarching, well, it wouldn't be bad to get our hands on some oil as well while we're at it. But this situation is ridiculous. The Honduran president was ordered to pay a fine of $8 million. Now you're going to just let this man walk right out of jail. And what do you think he's going to do? He's going to go right back to Honduras and continue doing what he was doing before. He is meddling in criminal cases. He has pardoned so many people. And a lot of the people that he has pardoned were actually criminals. So you wouldn't be surprised that more of them, right, have been convicted and reconvicted of offenses to the point where they're back in jail, including some now arrested for murder. Those are the type of people that he has pardoned. It's ridiculous. One guy who was a fraudster, he freed him. He defrauded people $1.6 billion. And it's like the dude does not even know who he is. Because when people ask him, why would you pardon him? Who? He does not even know. The man does not even care. This guy defrauded over 10,000 investors, misrepresented the performance of 3 private equity funds, right? Him and his partner accused of cheating more than 17,000 retail investors who were falsely promised an 8% return on their investment. He was freed on Wednesday, spending only 12 total days in jail. Yep. These are the kind of things that he's doing. And there was another guy who also defrauded people of a bunch of money. Trump let him go, pardoned him, let him out, and he's done the exact same thing again. So he's up on charges again. Yeah. He's talking about the fact that he is going to pardon Diddy. This, y'all have got to help me understand. Right? How does this make any sense? This is the law and order that all of you support. If you go through and look at the clemency grants, which you can look at on the Department of Justice's website, look it up for yourselves. and see how many of those people have been given clemency. A lot of them are people who have favored him politically, they're political allies, they're political loyalists. His own personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, his former chief of staff, because everyone associated with Trump pretty much seems to be criminally inclined. So when they get convicted, of course, now that he's back in, he's pardoning all of these people, mostly wealthy clients. It is just absolutely ridiculous. And a lot of them, like I said, have been rearrested for very serious offenses, including murder, child molestation, fraud. And these things are a matter of public record. Even from the insurrectionists from his January 6th event, at least 10 of those have since been rearrested for crimes such as plotting the murder of FBI agents. Good. Child sexual assault, possession of child pornography, reckless homicide while drinking and driving, and other such offenses. You can go look up the list. Some of them actually had pleaded guilty, He still let them go. Here's another one, Emily Hernandez. She pleaded guilty to entering and remaining in the building and restricted grounds. After Trump's pardon, she was sentenced to 10 years in prison for causing a drunk driving incident that killed one person and injured another. That one person and that injury, they could still be alive had Trump not converted her sentence. But this is what he's doing. Okay? Another guy, Daniel Ball, attacked police officers with an explosive device during the insurrection. He was rearrested for illegal gun possession, domestic violence, and strangulation. David Daniel, he pleaded guilty. Pardoned, now he's up for possession of child sexual abuse material. Here's another one. Shane Jason Woods pleaded guilty to assaulting police and a press photographer. Trump pardons him. He was convicted again in April, multiple counts, including reckless homicide and driving under the influence. Here's another good one. Theodore Middendorf pleaded guilty for the destruction of government property on January 6th. Let go by Trump, turns around, and he was now sentenced in early 2024, or sometime in 2024, to 19 years in prison for sexually assaulting a 7-year-old. Taylor Taranto, convicted of several counts related to January 6th, including possession of unregistered firearm, pardon, arrested again, illegal gun possession, and making a threat to blow up the National Institute of Standards and Technology. And the list goes on and on. Even the shooting last week, right? Apparently, they were blaming this National Guard incident on his press secretary gets up and blames the Biden administration. But what they don't tell you is Trump, this is another one of Trump's pardons. Let me get you the, hold on, let me get you the details on this one, because they think that they can just pretend like it's somebody else's problem when the facts actually say otherwise. He was given asylum by the Trump administration. But no, apparently, because he came to the country initially during the Biden administration, they said, no, it's Biden's fault. But the Trump administration were the ones who granted him asylum. We live in a world where reality is no longer reality. And people get to, without fact checking, they get to put out misinformation and they get to blame other people and all this sort of stuff. And people sit down just because they think they like a guy, that they think they stand for whatever he stands for. They are willing to do anything to destroy. They think they're destroying other people, but in fact, they're literally destroying their own country. And there's a cautionary tale in this. So I want to be very, very clear here, right? A lot is happening on the international front. A lot is happening with the US. If we're not paying attention and we sit back and we support people being grabbed off the streets without due process, we support people going to court, and as they're trying to go through the court process, we say, no, we're not going to allow that to happen. We're going to just take them and ship them off to Africa. You know, they sent some Jamaican guy the other day back to Africa, and I'm like, Jamaica's literally right there. It was cheaper to send him back home to Jamaica. So poor Mikey, I don't even know what they're going to do to Mikey now. They might not even send him back to Cayman, because the way that this government operates is that they just want to ship you off to Africa. Like, what the hell? There are countries in the region, right, that are doing things, including even Trinidad. There was some story the other day where they're actually allowing the U.S. military to come there and low key and seriously put up satellites and all kind of stuff there. And then they try to, oh, well, we didn't want the region to know that we're doing this or that we're helping the Americans. The Prime Minister, Kamala, what's her name? Persad? Right? Has said she's trying to now defend her decision to not inform her own country about the installation of U.S. radars in Trinidad and Tobago, even as she criticized the former administration for leaving the borders of Trinidad and Tobago exposed. I'm going to let that sink in. We reported a story the other day that the top military guy was visiting. And you think he was just visiting for no reason? Well, that's what they wanted you to believe. Now we come to find out that she's hiding it from her own people. Then in fact, the U.S. is using Trinidad to set up military base there, essentially, radar and et cetera, in order to spy in Venezuela and to carry out what will undoubtedly be an attack on Venezuela. And Trinidad wants to be part of that and hide that from its own people? If I was a Trinidadian here today, I would be very, very concerned. Your prime minister or president, whatever the heck she's called, has literally just done that. There are things developing in the region that will have an impact on us. And we need to pay attention. Cayman cannot continue to sit back and allow ourselves to be duped into thinking that what happens in Venezuela, what happens in Honduras, what happens in the United States of America, and all over the world, quite frankly, has nothing to do with us. It impacts us very much so. Right now, our government is traveling around the world. I think they've reached India now. And they're all over the world trying to build relations, international relations, because that is the world in which we operate We can't do anything on our own. Those days never really existed, if you want the truth. But if they did exist, they are long gone. The world is interconnected. At some level, we all need each other to be able to function. Our foods are imported in. Talking about food security. If our supply chain is cut off, I know, oh, well, we'll just go to Honduras, we'll go to Jamaica. Let me put this nugget out there. Right now, if we had cut off the United States as an example, and we're only getting food from Honduras and Jamaica, you know what kind of predicament we would be in? What is that area called bread and basket of Jamaica? That's their whole farming community that has now been destroyed. We can't put our baskets, our bread in any singular basket. Food security means we better have a option A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. And there's some economies that are much more fragile than other economies. And so it's important that our leaders understand, acknowledge, and think about all of these things. And it is equally important that we, the people, also understands the implications of all of this as well. Time to wake up, Cayman. It is really, really time to wake up. And listen, I've got friends and I've got acquaintances who support Trump. And I cannot understand the logic. One of them is no longer a friend. And every day I thank God for that, because I don't have to sit down at lunch anymore and hear the fucking nonsense that would be coming out of her mouth about President Trump. That doesn't make any sense. But you know what really occurred to me? Some people have, I'm not going to say they had a silver spoon in their mouth, but they've certainly grown up with a degree of privilege. Even if the privilege was just being a fair-skinned Caymanian. So they got a bly with a few little things here and there, right? They don't have to be intelligent. They don't have to be working hard. And I'm not saying that they don't. Let me be very, very clear, because I never want to take away anything from anyone who has earned it the right way. But they grew up with a certain degree of privilege that they themselves don't even appreciate and don't even understand. And the irony of that is now they can sit back with their privileged life and support pure foolishness that Trump is dishing out. Oh, he's good for the economy, and we, this and that. I'm not somebody who sits down and supports poor people, but I know that Trump's economy, when I say poor people, I'm talking about poor people who don't want to work. Because you don't know at what point the tides are going to turn and you're going to become a poor person of no fault of your own. So I am not here saying, oh, let's just hand out people on wealth and whatever. No, I'm not a socialist, and I don't adhere to that at all. I think if you're able-bodied, you should get up and work just like the rest of us. But this so-called healthcare plan, for example, is going to disenfranchise not just people who are trying to use the system. 23 million people. That's a lot of people. Now, just 4 days ago, Trump is starting to admit that, well, we're probably going to have to extend the Obamacare subsidies after all. You shut down the country for 40-something days over this insurance thing just to come back because you don't have a fucking plan. That's the problem. He doesn't have a plan, you see. His plan was just to get rid of Obamacare. There was no plan. There's no replacement plan. And now it's like, okay, if we get rid of Obamacare, what are we putting in its place? There is no plan. The man ran on these policies but had no real plan because y'all didn't care. Sound bites was enough. So this Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare, now he's not going to be able to do anything about it. Oh, well, because we don't actually have a plan. So we might have to extend it for another 2 years. Because he never had a plan. Here was somebody said he's making healthcare unaffordable again. That's his plan. I need y'all to pay attention. I need y'all to understand that when you have rogue politicians who do this sort of foolishness, how they hurt people. Right? Caller, good morning.
Morning, Auntie Sandy.
Morning, Johan.
Is there anything happening in the Cayman Islands that we need to be aware of?
There's a lot happening, and that's why I'm having this discussion, because this is what you need to be aware of.
Yeah, but Trump not really hurting me or you, you know.
That's what you think.
Have you
noticed the cost of goods? You
but
think it's just going up for America? It's going up for us too.
Yeah, no, everything will go up because
well,
that's a global phenomenon.
That hurts me, and that's probably hurting you.
Yeah. I can see price differential, but I was just wondering if there was anything more specific or Cayman centric that you could enlighten us about today.
This is the time when your best bet is to come off the phone.
You vexing me because I try to figure out what's going on in my country.
No.
Trump is going to beat Trump, and he's going to do what he does, and Americans want that.
We talk about what goes on in this country every single day, and this got started because we were talking about what happened with one of our own being detained by ICE. That's how this conversation got started. And people need to have a broader understanding of what it is that the Trump administration is doing. That, yes, can impact the one or two little Caymanians that are there directly, but it impacts everyone. How can you have a madman operating in the world about to start wars that will definitely impact you, and you say that this ain't got nothing to do with me?
Obviously, that's the choice that Americans made. That has nothing to do with me or you. So
that's a choice that they made, but this impacts us, Johan. You know what happens to the world economy when we have a World War III? We're on the brink of World War III.
I don't think America invading Venezuela will cause World War III personally.
And I'm sure that when that guy got a bullet in his neck, nobody thought that was going to start World War II either, or World War I. Nobody thought that either.
Yeah, Franz Ferdinand. I was like, yeah, you know your history well done. I get it. I was just trying to focus in on something Cayman-centric, and I feel bad for the Caymanian gentleman that has been detained by ICE because they have gone too far. But that's the rule they want for their country. If they want to check people and see who's legal and not legal, in Cayman we try to do the same thing, and Caymanians applaud it. So let America worry about America, and let Caymanians worry about Cayman. That's all I'm trying to say. And wondering if there was something else going on.
The world does not operate in that way. If you sit down and you allow injustices to happen elsewhere in the world, right? When they're knocking on your doors, you allow them to happen at your doors as well.
Well, I promise you this: if me and you get arrested, no, we're not coming to protest with me and you.
Well,
so don't worry about that.
Well, I can tell you one thing as someone who's been arrested multiple times. I know what the law, how the law protects me and what due process is. And that is precisely why I have fought every single one of my cases.
No, you do it because you're a bright woman and you dog it and you're not going to take no foolishness. Like, I get it. You and I have had this conversation.
So
I was just trying to wonder if there's something else.
The people who don't have the ability to speak up for themselves, and people who are sitting back, pretending like they know what's going on in the world, and they can't even get their facts straight. That's the conversation that we needed to have today.
No, but all media is slanted, right? You got media that's either red or blue. There's very few media houses that take a balanced position, whether that be in the US, whether that be in Cayman. You look at the media houses here in Cayman, they have a preferred government, they have a preferred view, they have a preferred sort of way that they want to see the country to be run. That's to be expected with the media. And what I like about you is you have some topics sometimes that are hilarious, but you attack some really interesting things, and then we get the cold hard truth. So I was just wondering if we were going to get that on any Cayman-centered thing. But I take your point. I was just trying to catch up on anything that might have happened in my country, because we can't fix America. America is exactly what it wants to be, and it will only get worse because that's what Americans want. They're polarized, and they want their country back, whatever that means, in the same way that Caymanians are fighting to ensure that we have a greater influence and say in what goes on in our country. So that's politics and news coverage and everything else. So just wondering, but obviously, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
All righty. Where's my button? Hold on. Where is my button? Hold on.
What a pain.
What was the point of that call? Listen. Let me be very, very clear. Right? Everybody has a choice in the mornings to listen to what you want to listen to. If you want us to only talk about Cayman every single morning as though nothing else happens in the world, then go listen to OC, I guess. I don't know. I don't know who only talks about Cayman. We are not the island that time forgot anymore. What happens in the world, what happens in the United States of America impacts us. Our interest rates is tied to the US economy. Y'all complain about the economy of Cayman, the cost of every single time that payment goes up, you can't afford it. Reinsurance, all this stuff is tied into world economies, and the US having one of the biggest world economies, it's definitely tied into the US. How stupid is that? Oh, we only want to talk about the traffic accident that happened over the weekend? For fuck's sake, stop the nonsense. You cannot be serious. Right now, there are Caymanian children who are refusing to go to the United States of America for their educational needs because of what is happening in the US right now. Parents are afraid for their children who are off to university in the States. You don't think that that impacts Cayman? Sometimes y'all need to just learn to shut the fuck up, Johan, and stop drawing attention to yourself for the ridiculousness that you're saying. Johan says you're talking about a Caymanian. Is that not about Cayman? Apparently that's not enough. For fuck's sake, what is wrong with some of you people? I know the desire to be heard sometimes is a little bit strong, but you're better off having nothing to say. Go and watch something else. It's time like this that you go and turn on, a little music and just relax yourself. Because what you're saying don't make no sense. All of this, all of these world affairs impact us. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra. I wasn't going to call you this morning. Not that I should apologize for not calling or calling you,
yes.
But I just can't resist. I just can't resist what you are now discussing now. I think somebody called in and said, why are you discussing the United States? Isn't there something happening locally? I couldn't believe that anybody can ever even seriously think that. Because you are talking, well, first of all, I think people should understand certain things, right? Sometimes we talk about freedom of speech, but we only talk about freedom of speech when we want us to be allowed to say that which we want. If somebody exercises their freedom of speech and we disagree with them, then we say, oh, but don't spend time on that. No. If that person who called disagrees with what you are saying, they were free to call in and say they disagree with you. They think that Trump is a good influence on the Caribbean. They can say any foolish thing they want. That is what freedom of speech is about. But to somehow suggest that a country like Cayman, which hardly produces any food. 90% of the stuff in the supermarket is from the United States. That you can't talk about the United States. And I liked your your comeback on, it's too small an event. I don't think it's going to cause World War III. The Archduke, the one you mentioned, the Archduke, I think of Ferdinand or some name like that. He was he was shot in Serbia, and people didn't think it would lead to anything. There was a chain of events, and there were even some people who said, well, after they started fighting, they said, oh, this thing should be over by Christmas. It went on and went on and went on. So for me, I'm a person who agrees with Trump on some issues. I don't agree with him on some issues, okay? I agree with the Democrats or Biden, whoever, on some issues. I don't agree on others. But I will not sort of say that because you disagree with me, therefore you shouldn't be saying what you're saying. If you want to do serious shopping, you're a Caymanian. Serious shopping. You go to Miami or whatever point in the United States you want to go to. The Cayman is basically part of the United States in a sense more than it is part of the UK in terms of the way people speak, where they go to more often, the culture that they admire most and all that. And I think if anybody today thinks that there are certain events which don't affect Cayman, we should not talk about them. That's totally ridiculous. And today, I think, is one of the few times that I think you have really spoken about this over a period of time. And all the issues, in my view, which you have spoken about are directly or indirectly related to Cayman. For example, the issue about food, you mentioned that. The cost of food and all that. So, I mean, I just say, let us elevate the debate. Let us disagree if we want to disagree, but not tell people. The person who called should be ashamed of himself. He should not try to set your agenda. I think the agenda that you set should be one which you know that your viewers want to talk about. I know that your listeners want to talk about this issue one way or the other, but I'm quite sure none of the people listening are going to say, don't talk about it. That's what freedom of speech is about. I thank you. I talk to you soon.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We sit down and we talk about how we're going to improve Cayman policy, immigration policy, border control. And we use certain people as examples of, okay, they're doing it right. This is what we want to emulate. Unfortunately, a lot of Caymanians are using the Trump administration's, in my opinion, absolutely ridiculous policies as an example of this is how you do it right. Well, let me tell you something. I've said it before and I'm going to say it again. This man speaks so much double speak out of both sides of his mouth that I don't even know how any of you can sit down and swear for his policy, because just last week, he said that bringing foreign workers into the U.S. is MAGA. That's making America great again. Bringing foreign workers into the United States of America is making America great again. This comment was made after Trump met with, after he met with a U.S.-Saudi investment forum. Remember when he's meeting with the Prince Mohammed bin Salman? That's when he made the comment. Because Trump does what he does to benefit him and his rich friends. So when he sits down with one person, he says one thing, and then he makes press releases right after that saying, and this is what the media is so confused. That is what he is reporting on. That's what they're reporting on, what he says then. But y'all don't even pick up on this. Bringing foreign workers into the United States of America is making America great again. How does that coincide with your policy and what you have ICE doing? It doesn't make any fucking sense. And so for those of you who support Trump, I have to ask you, what version of the day, what statement of the day are you actually in support of? Because the dude has I don't know what kind of illness this is. But it's like whoever he meets with at the time, that's who he's in love with. Just like the guy that he met the other day, the new mayor of New York, right? He ran against him. Oh, he's a this, he's a that. Don't vote for him, blah, blah, blah. As soon as the guy gets in, right? They have a meeting at the White House and he's like, oh, well, you know, this is the proper thing to do. Meet with people even when you don't agree with them. And then the very next day, he even starts dressing like the guy. I'm like, what is wrong with Trump? I think the man has early onset dementia or something, you know. He's already falling asleep in meetings. The same stuff that he used to criticize Biden over, and to the best of my knowledge, Biden actually never full out fell asleep at a meeting. There's something not even right with this guy in so many levels. And yet you guys talk foolishness. So which immigration policy do you support? This one, where he says that bringing in foreign workers is making America great again, or the one where he's picking up foreigners? Make up your minds. Good morning, Carla.
Good morning. I have a question. What do you think about giving Johan his own show?
I would love for Johan to have his own show. But Johan is one of those people that, as usual, just wants to have something to say. He just wants to chat, but he don't want to put in the work that's required to have his own show.
Well, what do you think? What do you think about a daily show on CMR for Johan, you know, between the hours of 7:30 and 9:30?
Johan can, I don't care what time or what weekly, daily, whatever, he can come and have his own show. But I bet you he's not gonna do it. Because it takes work, right? And people don't want to put in the work. They just want to show up every once in a while, pop in and make a phone call. But of course, like anybody else, CMR TV is full on, folks. If you want a show, all you have to do is reach out. Here's the show lineup for today. Look at all these amazing shows. We had some really great ones over the weekend. Big shout out to all of the weekend shows. But yep, we got 4 shows on today. You can be number 5, Johan. Or anybody else for that matter. Pretty simple. Listen, I'm not knocking Johan. He's entitled to his opinion. But I have noticed a particular pattern with Johan when there's a conversation that he doesn't want to have. He thinks that he can call me and tell me to talk about something else. I don't know in what parallel universe you're controlling the women in your life, Johan, but it's certainly not here. And I know you're not doing it with Pilar either, so I don't know where you're pretending that this is happening. But that's not how it works. There's like over 500 people tuned into this program right now. They're not tuned in. They're not tuned in because they're not interested in this conversation. This has a lot of implications. So if, like I said, if you don't want to hear it, you can go sit down and watch football right now. I'm sure there's a football match somewhere around the world, or a batch of brownies that I'm not making for you, but somebody else, you can buy them now, that you can be chewing on and relaxing yourself. It is quite insulting, and I think some of you have picked up on the insult, to have somebody else call you and tell you what you should be talking about on your own show when you're the host of the fucking program. I mean, like, in what world does Johan actually think this makes any sense? That's why the caller's saying, get your own show, Johan, because then you can talk about whatever the hell you want. Simple as that, quite frankly. What do y'all think? Should Johan get his own show? What a mess. Morning, Miss Gina. Tartarian says, to be fair, Cayman immigration was once like that. I'm not sure if you were in Cayman when the same OC and others used to do immigration raids. As a child, I saw people being thrown in a van and deported. Well, let me be clear. I was not here, and I've heard about these, but I am pretty sure that our officers were operating within the law. So if we pick up someone right now, right? But you guys don't get the magnitude of and how it's being done that is the problem, right? Immigration still does raids, and they have a right to do so. And when they do raids, they pick people up, but they have to do it by the law, right? I have never seen an immigration officer do anywhere near what these ICE agents are doing. They're not picking up citizens. They're not picking up people of status. There is a difference. So when you try to make comparisons to say, oh yeah, well, our people, OC this and doing the same thing. No, they were not. They were not doing the same thing. Any country has the right to pick up illegals. And if the law says this person can be deported, yes, we will deport them. But you also don't see the number of cases that Border Control, CBC, WRC take to court. They go through the process, whatever the process is. Maybe in those days, the process was different. But they go through the legal process. When they're found guilty of these offenses, and once the court says, okay, we're releasing them back to CBC, and CBC takes them, just like Mary Jean, after she was convicted of fraud again, the judge said, we're not going to waste Cayman resources and put her in jail. We're going to release her back to CBC. And CBC says, okay, we've ordered her deportation. Then they escort her and they put her on a plane. You know how many people in this country are here illegally, and immigration still gives them time to get their pack up their stuff and leave this country? So I don't think comparing what this country has historically done and even is doing now is the same thing as what's happening in America. Not at all. Good morning, caller.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I am very grateful, and you still owe me an answer, but that's not the reason I called. Like Billy, I really didn't plan to call you this morning, but when people say stuff that is absolutely wrong, whether it's intentionally or unintentionally, that affects my country, then I have to speak. OC and them never, but let me back this up. We were never once like what is happening in the un-United States of America. That's the first thing. When OC was in charge of enforcement there at immigration, when that team went out and rounded up people, they were people who entered here as visitors. And then they would be notified that they're on a job site, or records show this person never left. So they did their jobs. And you know what? I wish that was still happening, not just with one nationality, but with all. I don't know why anyone takes offense when we, I say we, as Cayman, has to stand up and enforce anything to protect us. And Sandra, while I did not intend to call in to make any comment about what is being said, let me say this since I am calling in. What I would really encourage every person who is lacking this morning, please go and find something. Everybody has access to Google, I suspect. Just ask yourselves, ask a question to Google, whatever. What happened in World War I and World War II? Right here in Cayman. So if you think that what happens in America, or if God forbid World War III does come into place, which I see it almost at the door, then ask yourselves, what do you think is going to happen? We do not need a hurricane to let us starve to death. We don't need an earthquake to swallow us up. Please understand these things. It is a chain reaction. It affects other people, innocent people. We would only be a small portion of the collateral damage. So before you jump on somebody's bandwagon to defend what you yourself don't even know or understand, do not try to compare it with what we are doing. You remember during COVID, when our containers were stolen? I guess people have forgotten about COVID by now. But that is exactly the problem. People forget too quickly. Or I don't know if it's that they have a selective memory. But think about who it was that stole our container with our supplies because they were unprepared. And then I don't know how much anybody on your show reads and do research or anything, but then look up and see how it was that we had to get it back or get them back. And they were our supplies that we Cayman, had paid for. Anyway, thank you, Sandra.
Thank you, my dear. Yeah, I think the truth of the matter is we become too comfortable when we think that the plight of other people around the world does not impact us. That's a problem, I think, with human beings, right? Where we're so incredibly selfish that we can sit down and say, well, we only want to talk about what's happening in our four little borders. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Thank you so much, Kay. I saw your comment. Someone's actually asking if you voted for Trump because they remembered seeing something on your social media that you did. Kay Dabrio is obviously Mikey's aunt, if I remember correctly. And she made a comment that they had answered my questions. I had to go back and find the answer. So Mikey didn't know about any hearing or deportation order. He should have been entitled to another hearing based on this. They could not provide any proof that they even notified him of a hearing, but they shackled him anyway. Under the law, you're not even supposed to be shackled unless you have a history of violence or you are a significant flight risk. Well, again, Kay, there's no law anymore in America. That's the problem. They're assaulting people. We've seen videos of them breaking people's car windows, dragging them out of cars, bruising them up, assaulting them, people losing their lives in ICE custody. And you don't really know why. So this is what happens when law and order and due process is completely out the window. Matthew says, my husband supposedly missed a hearing that he was never notified about. We have every document from every hearing he's been asked to attend. We have been very vocal and transparent with the government doing everything we've been asked to do. We've been married over 2 years, filed all of the appropriate paperwork, paid all the fees, and when asked to do our green card interview, we were overly prepared with photos, his immigration paperwork, letters from family or church, and our community. You know, I wouldn't doubt that. Call in. The number you can call in WhatsApp. Okay, give me 1 second here. Let me put it up on the screen. That's probably going to be the easiest for you. It's 345-936-2626. So there's a telephone number. You can call us via WhatsApp. Yeah, this is it is egregious. I mean, I can't, I cannot condone this. And listen, governments make mistakes, agencies make mistake. Sometimes they get it wrong and they can't be above, again, the law themselves. If a person doesn't get proper notice of a hearing, how the hell are they supposed to show up? Even our own government at times have gotten it wrong. And that's why when people sue them and they challenge them, we've seen CBC get sued. The former chief medical officer, they lost a lawsuit and have had to pay out millions of dollars to private medical practice because of their errors in executing the law. That's how the law should work. In the United States of America, there was a time when you arrested someone without reading them their Miranda rights or whatever, that case was completely thrown out. Now, only God knows if any of those things even exist anymore. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Hi, Sandy. It's Kay. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, Kay. Not bad. How you doing? Wish we were talking under
Doing
different
good.
circumstances.
Yes, same here. His mother is pretty distraught, so that's why I don't even know she knows you're on the air. A couple of people tagged me in this, and so I had to jump on. So there's a couple of things that I wanted to address. Obviously, the first one is Mikey. The second thing will be about Obamacare. The third thing will be on how all of this affects Caymanians. And it's pretty much a repetition of what you heard explained. As I said in my note, and I see somebody asked what was Mikey afraid about. He was afraid about what was being seen on TV. You know, even here in North Carolina, we had American citizens arrested here, sent to a complete different state, shackled everything, sent back to North Carolina, not even sent back, but discharged 2 weeks later in that state and told to find their way home. Their vehicles left right where it was, glass smashed and everything. They showed the agents their real ID. The real ID was still taken and never given back to them. And they're like, oh, well, and you can't sue the federal government. You can't. And this is happening. So as my nephew is watching all of this on TV, even though he knows he didn't do anything wrong, he has an extremely real reason to be afraid. That's why he was scared. You know, all of the paperwork for his work authorization was all sent. He kept working. If you look at his work resume, he was working in corporate. They continued to send him paperwork to work for this entire time. Why would you think that there's an order for your removal or deportation if they're constantly giving you the, hey, oh, renew your license, continue to work? Why would he think that there was anything? And what did he do that was wrong that caused the deportation? We don't know. We've asked, can you provide us proof that notice was even sent out? They can't come up with it. So we have congressmen working with us. We have counsel. And that's why we've been extremely quiet, because we've been advised to watch what we say. You know how it goes. When there's only certain things you can disclose publicly. So we are working on it. So that's the Mikey situation. When it comes to Obamacare, I know some of them say, I don't know if it was El Rey that said, you know, we can't continue to spend American dollars. I'll use myself as an example. I proudly tell everyone I have 2 autoimmune issues, PNH, lupus. My medication for my PNH alone is over $600,000 a year. That's not my all-inclusive care, which sometimes amounts to be $1 million. Because I work in corporate. Once you're working in a company, this is how insurance works. You work in a company of 50 people or more, and they have group insurance, where they do not ask you to prove that you have a pre-existing condition. You're automatically approved because the risk is spread. Right? The company I work for has 60,000 employees. Now, if I lost my job tomorrow, they're doing layoffs. If I cannot find another corporate job or a job that has 50 or more employees, the insurance company now rejects my health care. Without my PNH medication, by the way, PNH causes your blood cells to go bonkers and you can die from it, from blood clots. If I don't take my meds, I die. That's how serious my situation is. What Obamacare does, because I would still have to go to Obamacare, they guarantee that you get coverage. But instead of me paying the little $100 or $200 now for insurance under group care, I'm now paying my own personal policy. So what Obamacare does is to guarantee that you can get insurance. If not, the insurance companies, because they're for a profit, will say you can't get covered. Right? But you know what? Because I'm now getting the same coverage I get now, it would cost me over $3,000 a month just for my insurance under Obamacare. So when people like him are complaining, oh, it's costing the taxpayer money, I'm still paying that insurance just as I would. It's the insurance companies that's having to pay me and they're being forced to cover me. Isn't that what insurance is supposed to be about?
And listen,
are you now selective because somebody is ill?
The same insurance companies that these same people want to curse and talk about how they're making money hand over fist because they deny any claims that they possibly can get away from denying. People have been paying for insurance and house premiums and whatever for years, 20, 30 years, and you have one little incident and the insurance company is going to do everything in their power to ensure that they don't pay.
Yes, prime example of that. For 2 months, I literally went in with several things. Kidney failure, my heart stopped, I literally died. They brought me back to life December 2022. I was in hospital from December 1st till the end of January 2023. I could not walk. I needed therapy to relearn how to walk. Insurance declined it. I had to get an advocate in there to argue for weeks on end until they decided to provide care. And I'm covered under one of the best insurance policies. Okay? They were like, oh, they didn't see where it was necessary for me to learn how to walk. They didn't think it impacted my work. So let's address thing number 3. And people are saying it doesn't affect Caymanians. Well, in case they're kind of in the dark right now, Trump is working on a few things, including citizenship. You have Caymanians, many Caymanians, like myself, who is now a U.S. citizen. He's working that if you say anything objective to him or his policies, that's it in a nutshell, they will take away your citizenship. And bye-bye, you get deported too. They're also giving the rights, which they always have, but they're really enforcing it now. It's up to the mood of the immigration officers, whether at the cruise port, the airport, wherever you're coming into the U.S., that they can look through your phone. And if you say anything against the current administration, you can be sent right back home. Okay? So if Caymanians think this won't affect them in the long run, all right, stay fooled until you hit the right officer that's like, we don't think that you're going along with the same sentiments of this country. So yeah, you can't come here anymore. So that's the only points I needed to make, just to address several issues that was already being discussed.
Someone said that you were actually a person who said in the past you had voted for Trump. Is that true?
Believe it or not, I drank the Kool-Aid. Yes. Wow. I let a few of my quote-unquote MAGA friends convince me of criminals only. That was my thing. Criminals would be deported because here in Charlotte, North Carolina,
you believed it was just up to them.
Yeah. Okay. Because there was a lot of crime in the area where I was, which is a suburban area. The increase in crime, it was just all. I mean, there literally was a man here that was deported several times, held his girlfriend hostage, had a shootout with the police and everything. He was detained for God knows how many times, and the police released him back. And ICE was like, we need to deport him. So based on stuff like that, I was like, yo, I'm afraid. But this is not what I voted for. I'm a Republican. I'm not a MAGA. There's a difference.
Wow.
Believe me, I regret drinking that Kool-Aid.
It is pretty crazy. I mean, because the evidence doesn't even support that the majority of criminals are actually illegal immigrants at all. That's actually not true, right?
No.
And then you have this man who he's actually pardoning criminals who turn around and commit crimes again.
Yeah, yeah. The farmers here in North Carolina, they are struggling right now because a lot of their employees, were undocumented people because people are, they're illegal aliens, deport them, whatever. There are cases of young girls that were, brought here when their parents, were older and they were like kids. And these young women were sex trafficked. And they didn't know what to do. They were even employed under heavy, when you're employed by people and you're forced to do housework and all this other stuff. They don't know what to do because that thing, you're illegal, is over their head. So were they going to go to the police? No. They rounded them up and shackled them. Oh, you're illegal too. So they've been victimized their entire life. Sexually assaulted, then made to do work, threatened, hours on end of regular work. Oh, well, go to the police, we'll deport you. And then ICE found them, rounded them up, and now they're shackled somewhere in a prison. So people don't understand. It's not like they just put cuffs on you and you go sit in a nice, comfy room. You're in a cell with 10 to 20 people. There is no window. You eat 3 times a day. In some cases, you're eating crackers and a little juice. You have to pay into a commissary, and all of this, if you're out of status, that is a civil offense, aka a misdemeanor. That's the equivalent of being shackled for a speeding ticket as a normal person. They don't even realize the inhumane treatment and the ill. This is wrong on every level.
Let me just ask you a question. You talk about drinking the Kool-Aid, right? I think sometimes we have to experience something before we ourselves realize what's really happening. When you voted for him, did you ever think in a million years that you would have been impacted by his rogue policies?
No, because I was thinking criminals. I'm thinking the thugs that I keep hearing the pow at night.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why it's important to talk about these examples. Mikey's case is but one. And you can show how this president, in fact, isn't committed to any sensible policy, because from one day to the next, 1 week to the next, depending on who he's meeting with and whose hand he's shaking, his position changes. Like if you've got enough money, you know, if he's got enough money, that's like all that if a person has enough money, that's all that matters. He sits down and meets with, you know, this prince from wherever the heck he was from, who it is widely accepted in the international community that he actually ordered the execution of a journalist. And he has the audacity to sit there and say, why are you questioning this? So what if he ordered the execution of a journalist? This guy was a troublemaker.
And
that was his response.
The sad part about this was that I realized this even before Mikey was impacted, because I started, you know, raging some weeks ago on my Facebook. And then when I got the call from his husband, I'm like, wait, what? Because I was already pissed off that this had gone south. And then the roosters came home to roost. And I'm like, so it's now affecting me too? Like, son of a bleep, you know? So,
yeah. I mean, it just goes to show you again, when Johan says, well, this has nothing to do with us. I'm like, yeah, you sit there. It will literally only be a matter of time.
Any Caymanian student right now in America is at risk. Any Caymanian student. You just need to have the right look, because what you're not going into is the upper class neighborhoods. They're not targeting anyone that is white. I will say it out loud. I don't care if people want to say I'm racist.
Listen to this comment now. Somebody says Obama has deported more people than Trump. Then why would you have voted for Trump? Because the whole thing was that both Obama and Biden didn't deport more people. So it's like the supporters, they say different things because they're so confused to try to defend this madman.
Yeah.
So now Obama deported more people than Trump. So then that means Obama had a better policy. Like, what sense does this even make? None of this makes any sense.
The deportation is not the issue.
It's not the issue. It's how it's
people
being
are
done.
treated and how they're
Yes, and the fact that they're denied due process. No ICE agents
because
have ever, like I said, I lived in the United States of America for 15 years. I've never heard of people living with this kind of fear ever until now. This person says MAGA and Republicans are the same, no different at all. Caller knows who she was voting for, but she rather play politics. She voted for a felon. So yes, she is a MAGA. Are you willing to accept that you just got it wrong? You said you drank the Kool-Aid, so I think you're now realizing that you went wrong, but.
Oh, I realized I got it wrong from months ago, like before this even happened. When stuff started going haywire, and then I started seeing and I'm like, wow, I can't believe I fell for this crap. You know, because I was hyper focused on the crime. The crime was the thing that concerned me. So instead of reading the entire book, I read one chapter, and I will own that. I am not one to shy away from saying when I had it wrong.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what a mess. Well, we're gonna hope. So where is Mikey being held now? Do you know exactly where he is?
I do, but I'm not sure if we're allowed to say it. But it's not in the same state that he was in, and he was in New York, but he's not in New York. They moved him.
So they moved him to another
and that's
state.
what they do.
Wow.
Yeah, and I mean, they say, you know, and this applies to just everybody. I'm not speaking on Mikey's case, but and I think you said it before, they can deport you supposedly back to where you're from, unless your place, what am I trying to say, rejects you. But there have been cases where even people that had their own home country to go to that didn't reject them, they still sent them elsewhere. So that's one of our biggest fears, is where could they possibly send them to? Because if we can't track it, you know what I mean, wherever he ends up, we have to fly there. Because in many cases, when they deport people, they're not giving them back their travel documents. They're not giving them back the clothing they were in. They're not returning jewelry, cell phones, all of that is coming up missing.
Wow.
Across the states, not in New York only. It's across. So we don't even know if his cell phone will ever be returned to him, because what they do is when they take you into custody, they hook your cell phone up to a machine and they look at the whole history of that phone. There's actually software out now that they can do, I think they said 8 billion readings per hour or something like that on all cell phones if they wanted. So like there's a lot more to this. Even the companies, because people don't realize these facilities that are housing them is for profit. The government doesn't run them. And they signed $1 billion contract. Was it Geo something? I can't remember the name of the company. $1 billion contract. So these people are just treating these
They've
people
actually
like they're
been working
nothing.
with the Israeli military because they have very sophisticated
Yeah, absolutely.
equipment.
They have people from Israel actually as ICE officers. People don't understand that, the seriousness of this. And as a matter of fact, the people that own these companies, right, that are housing the people, was a big donator to Trump's campaign. As a matter of fact, the guy that started the company also did a personal donation to the Trump campaign. It's all about racism and money. That's what it boils down to.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you
So
so
that's
much.
all.
I
Yeah.
really
You're
appreciate.
welcome.
This is so crazy. It really is crazy. Well,
All right. Well,
I
let me
mean,
jump off
we
here.
hope,
Okay, finish
yeah, we
watching.
hope that that obviously, you can get this matter resolved. I know it's hard to be
Yeah, like I said, we
optimistic
have some
because you
Congress people
see,
working on it.
yeah, because of what you see happening with other people, but just keep the faith. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
All right, my dear. Thank you so
Alrighty.
much.
Thank you. All right.
Alrighty.
Take care. Bye bye.
So some of the people are in the comment section now trying to say, well, Mr. Jeff, let me call you back in just a little bit.
Okay.
All right, dear. Thanks. People in the comment section saying, well, Obama, did more people. Well, like we said, this isn't, you see, this is where you talk out of both sides of your mouth, because you claim that the Obama administration actually didn't do anything about illegal immigration. And that's why Trump would have been better. That's what you guys said at the time, why you wanted to vote for him. Now you're admitting that, in fact, Obama actually, his administration deported quite a number of people. The major difference, though, it's not just about a question of deportation. It is a matter of how it's being done. So what is happening under this administration is the daily arrest records under the Trump administration is doubled compared to any other in the last decade. So the New York Times has done an analysis of the data, and it shows that the average daily arrest rate has more than doubled in 38 states compared to the 2024 rate before Trump was back in. Now, if you want to compare Obama's record, because apparently you got to go 2 presidents back to try to do this comparison to make Trump look good, this is where now we need to get into some facts. So Barack Obama's administration deported more immigrants than any other in the last 3 decades, according to official figures analyzed. Yes, it carried out 2.7 million deportations in 8 years. That was an average of 942 per day. So what was Americans complaining about? That nobody was deporting illegal people? Now that doesn't hold water, right? During his first term, 2009 to 2012, it was an average of 1,088 per day. And his second term, it dropped down to 794. However, between January and June of 2025, Donald Trump's administration has carried out 128,000 deportations, averaging 810 per day, fewer than in the years with the highest deportations under Obama. But this is the difference that y'all MAGA people, when you refuse to listen to facts, is not paying attention to. This is not a comparison of oranges and apples, or oranges and apples to apples. But detentions have reached record numbers. As of August 11, 2025, it surpassed over 60,000 arrests. More than 80% of those people without any criminal record whatsoever, according to ICE data. Obama's policy, on the other hand, prioritized, especially in his second term, the deportation of criminals, people who had charges, while in Trump's policy, the category does not matter. That's what the facts that you guys, Damien, I see you jumping on this, Sia, whatever your name is, that is where there's a difference. That is the difference. The Trump administration is picking up any and everybody without due process, and they don't care whether they are criminals or not. Yes, Soka got it right. She said Obama deported criminals. First, they said Obama didn't do anything about getting rid of criminals. Now he did millions. Exactly. He did almost 3 million, and his focus was on criminals. So this is where I'm talking about. You guys shift your conversation, and what you want to say supports your position depending on what the time. Stop arguing with facts. 80% of the people that the Trump administration is arresting are not criminals. They're targeting all sorts of good, hardworking people. Some of them who they had previously given special compensation to be able to, dispensation, I should say, to be able to stay in the United States of America, such as the Venezuelans. So they had given them permission to stay, and then they changed their minds, and now it's like, it doesn't matter. There's some comments that have come in this morning on WhatsApp. This person says, thanks for calling out these idiots that support him. He's bailing out Argentina to the tune of $40 billion while the farmers are all going bankrupt. Their land is being bought up for pennies on the dollar, no doubt by his big bank friends. Johan, he rigged the election. He did not win. He's destroying the world, not just America. Don't want to come on just supporting you with this show today. Exactly. Yeah, Johan did not make any points with that call. You can choose where in history, what side of history you're going to be on. But what I can tell you is when it is all said and done, and we look back on this, this will be one of the worst times in American history. But of course, revisionist history, just like with the whole World War II and Germany and you know, the Holocaust and all that stuff, people want to say now the Holocaust never happened. Millions of people did not end up in gas chambers and lose their lives. There are people who are pushing that rhetoric out there and people who actually believe it. The same administration, the same Trump administration, as Kay said, she doesn't want to make this a color issue, but it is a color issue. They want to talk about DEI and inclusivity. More people of color have been fired from government jobs than ever before under any previous administration, probably, you know, dating back to the Civil War when they were slaves. This is the reality of what's happening in that country. You are judged, first and foremost, by your skin color before anything else. They question your credentials when you are a person of color. When you're white, you write, and you get up and you're able to spew all kind of nonsense. It doesn't even make any logical sense. You're able to lie about facts, and you have the president's support. He has dismantled so many rights for marginalized communities. Yes, people who fall into the LGBTQ plus community have been hit hard. Minorities, Hispanic, which a lot of them were supporting him and now they're regretting it. African Americans. This is why I tell you, you cannot support someone who is against a group of people just because they're foreigners. So therefore they have no rights. And don't think that one day your time not coming too. Due process has to be always executed. That's why y'all sit down and laugh at Venezuela. I see Caymanians sharing these video clips and laughing because it's funny to see people blown out of the water until the day he does it to one of your family members on a boat going to Honduras. Oh, well, they wasn't really going to taking drugs, you know, Sandy. Really? The Trump administration doesn't care. Good morning. This is Jim Jones at a different, more dangerous level. Christian hate is real. Hate is very expensive. It might just be me, but I would never vote for a man who had 6 bankruptcies, including a casino. Who the hell bankrupts a casino? There are reports of farmers killing themselves. Honduras, former president of Honduras, who said that Trump has nothing to do with their politics, seems Johan only interested in things that affect. That part got cut off. Hold on. Let me tell you what the bottom bit. Oh, hold on. Let me just remove the ticker. That affect him directly. Again, if you cannot see how this affects you directly, then I'm at a loss. right? Heaven bless says Trump's wife was illegal and Elon Musk was illegal. Yes. So why aren't they going and deporting them? Right? It's like the law is good for certain people. And yes, apparently it does help if you are of a particular skin color and you are of a particular financial position as well. You have to be able to stand up for what is right. And one of my favorite quotes, thank you so much, sir, for sharing this, because this really brings the point home. I can't stand here and fight for Caymanians and ignore the injustices that are happening all over the world. That's why I remember when the situation with the Cubans at Town, and so said, so done, come to fruition again. I said, heaven forbid that a fire breaks out here. The way that we have those people living is not right. And I accept that some of it is their own fault. But what do you expect when you put 60, 70 people in a facility that was never designed to house that many people? Of course, they're going to build a shanty town within the Civic Center. And if you go back and watch the video, I said, heaven forbid that this place catches on fire because there were so many infractions, electrical and otherwise there. I said, the day these people lose their lives, that will be blood on the people of the Cayman Islands. And what happened? The place eventually did catch on fire. Thankfully, nobody lost their life. I can't sit back and justify if our government gets certain things wrong, then they get it wrong. And I'm not going to give them right just because those people are Cubans, that we, even if they come here illegally, that we must treat them like shit. I don't agree with that. That's why I say process their asylum applications as quickly as you can so you can deny it, because most of them are not seeking political asylum. It is indeed financial asylum, which there's no such thing that our law permits. We don't grant that. Political asylum is different. And get them out of this country. That's the proper way to do it. But here we go. This is it. This is why you have to stand for right, regardless of whether you think it impacts you or not. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. This is real. And there are times in history, folks, when this is the Bible verse, so to speak, that we should be living by. Because you sit back and you think it does not impact you. And it does impact you. Someone said even about women's rights, stripping women's rights away at all levels. Every single minority group has been reverted back, right? Their position, whatever gains they made, has gone backwards at least 25 to 50 years. Women now have rich white men trying to tell you what to do with your body. You no longer have the right, and it's all being done in the name of Christianity. He's rewriting history, defunding the Smithsonian museums and other museums, tearing down historical symbols across America, refusing to acknowledge their slave past. Slavery never happened. It didn't exist. This man is single-handedly, and you idiots are sitting there supporting this foolishness, single-handedly allowing people the caliber of Donald Trump, which he is nobody to look up to. You guys are allowing this man to destroy your country and by extension, destroy the rest of the world as well, because America has a very, very long reach. These are people that y'all want to look up to and emulate. The likes of Elon Musk, who has so many fucking baby mamas. The only difference with him and the black kid on the block who has a ton of baby mamas too that y'all talking about is that Elon Musk has money. So you assume that he's going to take financial responsibility for all these children. His father had a child with his own stepdaughter. Who the fuck does that? And he somehow has normalized that. Oh, you know, she came over and she looked good and I wanted to have sex with her. Everybody else should be calling him a friggin' pedophile. But he gets a pass because he's rich. That is the world that has been normalized. You get a pass because you have enough money. Everything points to the royal family. Andrew, his mother knew some of his deviant ways. She was turning the blind eye, our queen. Right? I don't respect anybody who knows that wrongdoing is happening, especially when it comes to the protection of children and young girls and boys, and turns a blind eye to it to protect their own son. How does that make any sense? It's not right. This man is morally bankrupt. And so I can give you a million reasons why I cannot support anything about Donald Trump. But least of all, he has nothing moral about him. There are good, upstanding Christians who claim that this man is bringing Christianity back. Y'all are foolish. He has used the Christian conservatives to his own personal gain. He does not care anything about Christian values. And I know that based on his behavior, not his words. Because his words are meaningless to me. His words mean nothing. But this man has demonstrated time and time again through his own behavior that he is morally bankrupt. You see his obsession the other, but boy, I don't think I'm going to get in. I don't think I'm going to get into heaven because the kind of life that I've lived. Really? Y'all actually think this dude going to heaven? Come on now. It's ridiculous. Even him himself knows he's not going to heaven because y'all don't know half of what this man has done. Huh? Somebody says, why isn't Elon Musk being deported? Because he's a white South African. Remember, Trump accused Cyril Ramaphosa of racism against white South African farmers? Didn't Trump also make some special concessions for white South Africans to migrate to the U.S.? Yes, he did. He did all of that. Y'all don't even hide the racism anymore. It is so blatant. All you have to do is a little bit of research, and you will see what he has done under the Trump administration, especially to people of color. But more, listen, more than anybody else, Black females. You don't want us out there on child support, using SNAP benefits, this, that, and the next thing. And yet, when we try to elevate ourselves, we're going to get an education, we're going to work, we're going to be honest people, yada, 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 you still come for us. You know how that makes anybody of color who has done the right thing? We don't get the privilege. Right? Of getting any handouts from anybody. And yet, you guys have the audacity to talk about DEH. I'm like, really? Are y'all serious right now? Because you cannot be serious when you say these things, because I have the facts to actually prove that African-American women in particular have been terminated at a much higher rate than anybody else in the Trump administration. And it wasn't because they were sitting there doing anything wrong. It has nothing to do with the fact that they're not qualified. In fact, They're more qualified and have to work harder than their contemporaries. But who cares about that? None of that matters when you play by the rules that the Trump administration plays with. Even this FBI guy, right? He's some kind of Patel, obviously Indian. What is he doing? Right now, he has FBI resources protecting his girlfriend when she goes to perform and sing at events. When has that ever been done? You guys talk about the wastage and the hemorrhaging of money. That's why Doge was set up. And look at how the Trump administration has been allowed to waste money. Tear down the West Wing to build a fucking ballroom. Who gives a shit about a ballroom? Who is that going to serve? Y'all don't care about saving money. You don't care about any of that stuff. Oh, SNAP benefits are the problem. Supporting poor people is clearly the problem, really? But you're happy to waste money, federal funds, on a ballroom that you will never even get to see, much less get use out of. Come on, man, this is stupid. None of this makes any logical sense. It doesn't add up. And so if it's not making any logical sense, if it's not adding up, then we need to have a coming to Jesus moment. Black women in America make up just over 6% of the total workforce. And yet they make up more than 12% of federal workers. Okay. And they have been cut off at the knees. Some of it because of budget cuts. You have certain agencies laying off upwards of 75% of their staff, and the first ones out the door are Black women. Roughly 300,000 Black women have exited the U.S. labor force in just 2 months. A shift tied directly to federal policy decisions. This is across all sorts of public sector agencies. You should know that public sector agencies historically has been one of the few reliable pathways to middle-class stability for Black women. Although they still make up just a little over 6% of the overall workforce. In the federal government, it's more than 12%. They rely on the benefits, the equitable pay, the pensions. Even where there are continued disparities, they are still better off until the Trump administration came in. The numbers speak for themselves. They're the first ones to be let go. Y'all don't want people on SNAP programs. You don't want people relying on the federal government for financial aid. Then allow people to work. People are showing up. They're willing to work. They're making the necessary sacrifices. They're educating themselves. They're applying for grant programs that are going to help other people in their communities. And it just isn't about the lost income and money. It's now about mental health, future planning, right? The worst thing you can do to any community is to attack the women who are the caregivers, the mothers, and oftentimes the breadwinners in families, because then that has a trickle-down effect on everyone in the family, creating greater instability for the children. And then those children get caught up in the system And next thing you know, they're in the penal system, they're in the mental health system, all these trickle down things. And you claim, the Republican Party claims that, they're not pro-abortion because clearly, they're pro-life and they want to, support pro-life and blah, blah. How can you be pro-life in one breath, but in the other breath, once somebody gets here, you put them in such a position that they might as well not even fucking have life? Their policies are contradictory and make zero sense. Pro-life, don't want anybody to have an abortion, even in rape cases, right? You're causing women to lose their lives day in and day out because of a stupid policy where even if the mother's life is at risk, you still are telling her she can't terminate a pregnancy. Women are being forced now to have severely disabled children that they cannot afford to have. And they're raking up medical bills. And when they can't pay it, that falls on all of you out there who claiming you're so pro-life. But yet you don't want to pay for those types of things. You need to get your policies together. And for the record, since El Rey, I've seen your comments about DEI and all kind of foolishness. Black federal employees are on average a highly educated workforce with nearly half, 45.3%, holding at least a bachelor's degree, which is higher than the overall share of Black workers at 26.2%. Additionally, most Black federal workers have long tenures, with 21.2% having served in the government for 20 years or more. They're well represented in administrative, technical occupations. Including legal, medical, hospital, dental, and public health. This man has just said that being a nurse is no longer a professional job. I mean, y'all have got to, I do not understand what is happening. It's madness. It is absolutely madness. You can't be arguing these things out of both sides of your mouth. It just really doesn't make any sense. Someone says, do people not see he's trying to turn back women's rights and the civil rights, taking things out of museums to do with slavery? They want to go to Jim Crow days. Barbara says, wait until one of our stupid who think that they're white people get stopped and held hostage one day, and you will pay shame on you traitors. Ms. Brenda says, anyone that thinks the Holocaust didn't happen, please go and visit Auschwitz and Poland. Also visit Berlin, Germany. See the memorials dedicated to the Jews. Know your history. It's shocking that people are allowed to rewrite history in the way that has been happening. Oh, well, that didn't happen. Slavery didn't happen. It wasn't as bad as it. I'm like, what? It wasn't as bad, really. The systemic racism that continues to this day. There's a guy that I follow, and I'm going to invite some of you to follow him. He is a physician, but he does a lot of stuff on systemic racism in the medical profession. And he's amazing because he really just breaks it down for you. His name is Joel Burvell. Go and follow him because I have learned so much from listening to him. I was shocked, of course, at some of the things that I also did not know. And I'm going to play one of his videos for you. Just give me a second to download it. Because when you recognize, people say, well, there is no such thing as systemic racism in medicine. He's like, do you know that certain machines have been designed and certain reporting protocols in the medical profession have been skewed because they say, from way back in the 1800s or whatever, Black people, they have different lung capacity. They have this, they have that, they have whatever. Which means that when something happens to you, you're going to be denied care because the physicians have policies that they go off of, right? And the policy says, well, African-American people, we're not going to diagnose them as having OCPD or whatever, because we know that they have better lung capacity than white people, which isn't true, but they're gonna tell you that anyway. So they get delayed care. And when you have certain chronic illnesses and diseases, as we know, having Health City on here every single Tuesday, delayed care can be a death sentence for you. Yeah? So let's pay attention. CS says he went bankrupt 6 times, but still a billionaire. Yes. And the richest he's ever been is right now that he's president of the United States of America. That's why he can be like, oh, well, I don't need a salary. He doesn't need a salary because he is creating policies and taking money and doing the most to make sure that he remains as rich as he possibly can. So you're right. Isn't the irony of that? That a man who should not have gotten all the loans that he's gotten, even the banks agreed with that, he was getting preferential treatment and all this sort of thing on the backside of the fact of who he is, even when he didn't qualify. Make you and me try to go to a bank to get another loan after you file bankruptcy so many times. Let's talk about equality. Have a listen to this.
Does it matter? That was a real comment left under my last video about whether having diverse medical illustrations in medicine matters. And honestly, it's the perfect setup because the answer is yes, and the reason why is wilder than most people might think. I'm Dr. Joel, and let me show you something that might change how you might think about medicine. We all grew up seeing the same medical images, diagrams, conditions, rashes, all shown on white skin. But here's the problem. What happens when a skin condition looks completely different on darker skin tones? The example I like to use is Lyme disease. It's a bacterial infection that can be carried by ticks and cause a characteristic bullseye rash. When I was in medical school, I was only taught what it looks like on lighter skin tones, not on darker skin tones. See the difference? If you were to Google Lyme disease right now, almost every image you'll see is only on white skin. But what happens in real life? Studies show that under-recognition of Lyme disease causes people with darker skin to be 10% more likely to show later manifestations of the disease. When it isn't caught early, it can cause neurological problems, arthritis, even heart problems. That's why representation in medical illustrations isn't extra, just diversity, or being woke. It's accuracy, it's diagnosis, and sometimes it's life or death. If we can't see people in our medical system, we can't treat them.
That's not the example that I was actually looking for. The better example is where he talks about how the, hold on one second. I think it's this one. Let me show you this one, where he talks about how diagnosing different patients based on race has been classified over the years. And you'd be surprised that these classifications to this day still maintain themselves in these professions. And with the foolishness that the Trump administration has been going, even in terms of the FDA and the medical world, it's simply not stopping. So we need to have a reality check here, folks, about what all of this means. And we need to, they can call it woke all they want, but if you're not staying awake and you're falling asleep at the wheel, dog and eat your supper. Right? Kay says we're blaming Trump, but we also need to understand that the rest of the government has the power to remove him, but they choose not to. Well, I mean, like someone said, this is the equivalent of the whole Jim Jones situation. It is flat. I mean, people who have adamantly, even JFK Jr. and all these people who have spoken out about Trump before have now realized that when they do that, they themselves will be targeted. And so to protect themselves and to get a little position and a little bit of money, right? They are willing to throw people down the river. So I am not surprised that people are not standing up. It's sad that people are so incredibly committed to supporting all this stuff when it's like the signs are there that this cannot be right. I don't know. I'm flabbergasted. Absolutely horrible. Kay says like the woman Adriana Smith Georgia who was brain dead, but they kept her in life support going so that she could deliver the baby, and the baby's still in the NICU months later, and the family is having to be having the burden of that cost, but they didn't have the choice in whether or not they should have kept her in life support until the baby was born. And I bet you not a single member of the Trump administration is going to give $1 single to that baby's health and well-being. And if he does what he wants to do about the whole insurance thing, she's not even going to be able to get any insurance. The child isn't going to have any insurance coverage. Here comes Jackie with this nonsense. You're not American, but concerned about their leader. Worry about those taking Cayman jobs, poor immigration policy you have there. You see the level of ignorance? That's what we're dealing with in the world. That's it, exactly. Yeah, we mustn't, because it doesn't affect us. I'm going to show you this picture again, Jackie, and tell you that right now, one of our own Caymanians is in ICE custody away from his family, having to endure what Americans should be ashamed of, what they're doing to people. So don't fucking come on this show talking your stupidity about we must only be concerned about what happens in this country. We care about what happens in this country. And we also care about the inequities happening all over the world because it impacts everyone, including Caymanians. Absolutely ridiculous. $364 million in a basketball court. Damien, can I just have a coming to Jesus moment with you? You know, you oftentimes complain that you can't get a job and you can't do this and that, Cayman. If you would spend less time on the internet defending Donald Trump and out there actually looking for employment, this is just my thought process here, you might actually be able to find something. You got too much energy and time for Donald Trump. As someone who actually is living in the Cayman Islands, defending him and his stupid policies, has it ever occurred to you that maybe people haven't actually hired you because they see you on social media and all the comments and all the shit that you stand for? And maybe that's the real reason you can't get a job? Has that ever occurred to you? I'm just saying. There might be a reason why you've not been able to get a job in how many years? You got energy for all the wrong things. Seriously. No, sir. Have a look at this one for those of you who say, none of this matters. Give me 1 second here. You say it doesn't matter. Who cares? Right? Give me 1 second here. I downloaded this video. This is the one now that you need to see how incredibly systemic it is. Oh, Lord Jesus, take the wheel. Just bear with me 1 second. Let me try and download this video. Y'all have a way of justifying every single thing this man does where he doesn't even, it doesn't even make any sense. How you can justify this stuff, I do not understand. Anita says, please show us that link because even professional basketball courts don't cost that kind of money. I mean, this is what I'm saying. How can you make a statement like that? Damien, how do you make a statement that the man spent $346 million on a basketball court? Hold on. You see, this now is where when you make these types of comments, right? That again, people who are listening to you, who might want to give you a job, are going, if he is that fucking stupid, why on earth would I hire him to work for me. Like, they have to question your intellectual capacity. Because you claim you're intelligent, right? You claim that, this, that, and the other thing. Wow. And the sources that you rely upon, let me show you where this is going, where this is even coming from. October 23rd, this idiot started this called Big Fish, where he says this, you cannot make this shit up. Like, you really, really can't. He's like, oh, well, isn't this the demolition at the White House when he was building his basketball court? Oh my God. So Obama's alleged $365 million basketball court. The report suggests that during a 2009 renovation of the White House, tennis courts set up in the 1950s by President Dwight D. Eisenhower, Obama ordered that the basketball hoops and court markings be added to it. The basketball court was not a new installation, but rather a mere addition to an existing structure. Okay. While the exact amount spent on the basketball court has not been disclosed, reports suggest that it was likely privately funded. It must be noted that even if the project was completed using taxpayers' money, $375 million price tag seems a bit exaggerated, because apparently, right, a company who does basketball courts says an outdoor full court of 94 by 50 costs between $17,000 to $76,000 on average, much below the excessive figure being shared on social media. According to the Obama White House archives, shortly after taking office, President Obama had the White House tennis court adapted so it could be used for both tennis and basketball. The statement implies that the renovation was an adjustment and not a lavish state project. So why is it being shared now? Because apparently people are upset that President Trump is going to spend at least $300 million funding a ballroom, and the massive project, as per a list of donors released by the White House, is being funded by likes of Apple, Google, and Meta. Nonetheless, the destruction of part of the world-famous landmark, a widespread demolition that Trump previously revealed, has sparked anger. So that is why now you guys are fabricating a story that kind of money was spent on a basketball court. You see, once again, Damien, anybody who is sitting here thinking, oh, this young man, Damien Charles, is looking for a job, I'd like to hire him. They see you make a comment like that he spent $346 million worth of taxpayers' money on a fucking basketball court. And all he did was put on lines and put up a hoop. 355 million what, pesos? Even then it would be too much. And this is where it came from. And look at the disgusting picture. Right? That's Obama's new basketball court. Something is wrong with you. Do you even comprehend how much $346 million is? That could build you how many houses? Is that type of stupid comment, Damien? Oh, you can prove it. Sure you can. Go ahead, prove it. Prove it. You got the receipts more than anybody else. What idiot would spend even $1 million in a basketball court? No one has ever spent oh my God, Jesus Christ. Go ahead and prove it, Damien. Since you claim you can prove it, go ahead. Please prove it. Let's see the contractors and the receipts. You could have built that court out of gold and wouldn't have spent that kind of money. Y'all are so stupid. If he had built it even from scratch, it would not have cost that kind of money. And take it from someone who actually knows a thing or two. about in this day and age, which it would be more expensive to build something like this. I actually built a pickleball court, and y'all are stupid if you think a slab of concrete and some lines and a hoop would cost that kind of money. Something is wrong with you all. He has taken the Kennedy Rose Garden, put there by Grandma Rose, and destroyed that. He's redone bathrooms and cleaned that. Oh, this is more reminiscent of what it looked like back in the 1800s and early 1900s. Really? He has horrible taste, by the way. Not for nothing. He didn't consult anybody. Of course, Kyle, now he has to be one of those fucking house niggers. There's always a few in the group who comes in, says maybe he can't get a job because the airport is 99% work permits. Yeah, that's why he can't get a job. I'm sure that's why. Oh, yes, that's definitely why he can't get a job. Right. How many of you can't get a job and have actually applied to even work and do that shift work? Because a lot of you Caymanians don't want to do no shift work. How many of you have actually applied to work airport since you're so concerned about 99% of them being on work permits? I know Caymanians right there right now. Melinda Macfield is one of them who's working at the airport and perfectly happy, doing the same job you claim Caymanians can't get. Because some of you don't want those jobs. That's a real problem. Y'all need to be prepared to call a spade a spade. There's lots of jobs available out there. And I'm not saying that sometimes there isn't something amiss. Absolutely. We talk about those specific situations here all the time. And then there's a lot of times when the Caymanians can't get jobs and it's their own damn fault why they can't get a job. It don't have nothing to do with work permits. So some of y'all need to check yourself. Maybe if some of y'all stayed off of social media, you'd have time to actually be out there getting a job. Some of you have grown up in such a privileged environment. I don't even want to go there because I can really butt hurt some of y'all this morning if I really have to go there. Right? If I have to really tell y'all the cold hard truth about the type of environment you grew up where you felt entitled. It's so great that you can come to a country, have acquired status. Your parents were migrants that came into more recent migrants. They came to Cayman and they were afforded opportunities. Yeah, to build businesses here, to get their $1 million homes and, you know, your little gated communities. And you haven't had that kind of luck as a second generation. Right? Now you say you're Cayman and you haven't had that kind of luck. You're not really getting too much sympathy from me. When your own parents had millions of dollars that have gone through their hands, why are you out here even looking for a job? They could have set you up. If somebody had used a little bit more sense in business, they could have set you up where you could have been a business owner all these years and made your own way. You wouldn't be worried about some $6 an hour minimum wage fucking job that you know you don't really want anyway. I'm just saying. When people can brag to me, your parents, Damien, about, oh, you know, they've had 7 and 8 homes given to them in life and they've never even had to pay a fucking mortgage. You're barking up the wrong motherfucking tree when you think I'm going to be sympathetic towards your plight. I'm just saying. It is a responsibility of parents to prepare for the next generation. And if they're so selfish or so stupid that they don't do that, that ain't got nothing to do with me. Y'all better get your shit together too. And this is for every single Caymanian out there who wants to blame the government for every one of your problems. Sometimes you have to blame yourself. Blame your parents for not doing what they needed to do. And once you become an adult, blame yourself. Why are you out here competing with a $6 minimum wage job with anybody? You've had a silver spoon in your mouth your entire life. Bad rumors coming from your own mother's mouth? Well, then you're going to have to go talk to her about those rumors yourself. You're going to have a conversation with her because that came straight from her mouth. Once again, I'm not trying to go there, Damien, because I don't really want to hurt your feelings today. But you keep this shit up, pretending to be the victim, people might really have to know. Your mother is in Bancroft, which means that your father would have come here from Jamaica, Trinidad, wherever the hell they came from, get big time banking job at which bank? Making millions of dollars off of the very system created here in the Cayman Islands. That not you? I must be confusing you with somebody else then. Yeah, because we don't want to talk about the realities of what has happened in Cayman. It was their responsibility to make sure that you would never be out in the streets competing with anybody, work permit holder or not, for a minimum wage job, because they would have ensured that you got an education and that you're well qualified and poised and positioned in this world to be at the top of the ladder. But some of the biggest people complaining in this country about opportunities and immigration jobs, not even fucking Caymanians past one generation. So Kyle, you go sit your ass down, because I don't want to hear from you, because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Yeah? And the rest of you who want to complain, right? Like I said, your parents came here and took from this country and became what should have been millionaires off of this country. Go talk to your parents about how they fucked it up for you. Because by extension, they fucked it up for a lot of Caymanians too. When they had their businesses, who were they hiring? They were hiring Kyle's people from Georgetown? I don't think so. Were they paying a fair wage back in the day to keep tape clubs and stuff like this going? Right. Y'all pretend like people don't know. Keep it up. Keep it up. Y'all soon find out how this gonna really go. Because the cold hard truth don't have no friends. I hope you know this. Y'all should know it by now. No friends. We can just stick with the truth, the facts. Why people trying to call me, talking about if I want to buy Rolex from them and jewelry. I'm like, me? Y'all have me confused with somebody else. I must go spend money buying a Rolex, a used Rolex from you that you have in your glove compartment. Try and sell that and give that money to Damien so he can do something with his life. Yeah. Cause I ain't not buying that shit from nobody. So when I say no, Bobo, no TD, no thanks. I'm not interested in your used jewelry. Because I am trying to position myself in my country where hopefully my daughter will not be out here even contemplating a minimum wage job past the age of 19. Yeah, she can start there. But you think she'll be a big woman in her 40s and 50s? Talking about she try to compete for a job at the airport making minimum wage? You've got to be fucking kidding me. The day she comes with that attitude, somebody gonna give her a pop mouth round, yeah. Elevate yourselves. Expect more of your children, but you've got to set the proper foundation. You cannot be that selfish in your own pursuit of your own life that your own children will not have anything in life. And then they got to sit down and try and blame the system. Don't blame the system when it was created in part by your own parents who made bad decisions with your life and their own lives. Everybody wants to come here and use the system. And then when they now got a pot to piss in at the end of the day, oh, I can't afford insurance. I can't afford this. I can't afford that. Well, all those lavish vacations you were taking for years, all over the place, living your best life. Were you thinking about your future? Were you thinking about when you get up in age and sickness hit you, which could hit any of us? That, yeah, you're not going to have the money then? Were you thinking about it then? That's why I want to know. No. Nobody not thinking and planning for the future. Y'all don't even want to keep your pensions going. Every time you turn around, you want to dip into your pension funds. Come on now. Y'all need to get it together. This person says, tell him, Miss Sandy, I worked a minimum wage job for 2 years, went back to school and got a certification in compliance, and now make almost $5,000 a month. There is no excuse. I mean to tell you, come on. We have got to do better. Heaven blesses. Hey, Sandra, tell Caymanians that the government doesn't want to raise minimum wage because they can't afford Filipinos to take care of their kids. John said it out of his own mouth. Well, God knows John is not a genius. However, the raising of the minimum wage is not something that's going to help you guys as much as you think. It's going to end up adding to the cost of living. So on the one hand, John, they say a broken clock is right twice a day, you know? Because if the clock don't never move, it says 12. That means at midday, 12 p.m. and 12 a.m., the clock's still right. So even as nonsensical as John can be, he is right. It is going to increase the cost of living, because who do you think minimum wage is going to impact the most? My helper not making minimum wage, so I have business with it. That not going to impact me. So, the people who can afford it are going to be less impacted by it. It's those of you at the bottom of the totem pole who have helpers and you barely paying them anything. Talking about they must live in with you, so then you only have to pay them $4 now and this, that. Those are the single mothers, the single Caymanians who will be impacted by this. Because where are they going to find the extra money when they themselves make a minimum wage? You're going to see that a lot of Caymanians who have helpers now will not be able to afford to have helpers. That is what this increase in the minimum wage is about to do. And where are they going to put their children? What good daycare options are there for people who can't have a helper? Who's going to be affording that when you got 4, 5, 6 children times whatever the rate of daycare is these days? Y'all need to wake up. I'm not saying that the minimum wage should stay stuck forever. I'm saying that there's always a trickle-down effect. And when you increase it, you have now increased the cost of living for the people who can least afford it the most. If you have a dog in West Bay, he's a brown-looking dog. He's wandering right now in front of Foster's or Publix. Please go collect your dog. Male dog. He has a red collar on. So chances are he probably belongs to someone. We'll post it up on our CMR social media channels. So, we need to have a lot of coming to Jesus moments, a lot of really, really tough conversations. We have to make decisions that ultimately are going to impact not just our lives, but that of our country, our community, and the world around us. And one of the biggest things is you cannot continue to sit by and allow world leaders, community leaders, church leaders, I don't care, to do what they want, lie to you when they're willing to do so, and you just sit back and buy into it. This person says money equals power plus influence equals money, and we are not in the loop. I feel that the administration is doing these things, news containing alternative facts, ICE banning books, etc., causing chaos and havoc as a distraction, as it keeps our attention focused and raises our anger so we can't think straight. Meanwhile, what are they really up to? We don't know what is true anymore and what is just smoke screens and mirrors. Many do not realize that there are massive data centers worldwide, and we are being fed what they want us to know, react, and get incised about. We're all being manipulated through social media as there are no longer any ethical and moral boundaries that won't be crossed. The algorithm trap keeps us chasing our tails. $3.46 for the duct tape, and to make the markings, $346 for the hoops, and maybe $3,000 for labor costs. This is more like it. I feel the listener's moving the decimal point at his convenience. I don't know, boy. Someone says the people that vote for him often do it out of fear of what they don't know about, like other people from other places or anything different. And that's why ignorance is a very, very dangerous thing. Even here, as we move the needle in terms of our immigration system, you guys know that I do not support being prejudiced against communities because, quite frankly, that does not get us anywhere. Right? Yes, we have to have robust policies that protect Caymanians first. I have no issues with Americans protecting American first. It's how they go about it. That's the problem. Right? This is our country. Yes, we got to protect Caymanians first. And even in doing so, we have to follow the rule of law. We have to do so ethically. Right? We can't paint people broadly with paintbrushes. We can't be prejudiced against people that we brought here to work for Caymanians. Yeah, that's where I stand. I'm not trying to castigate any group of people. Everybody has good and bad. Some people have more of a reputation than others. I will give you that. And I'm willing to accept that. But I'm also willing to allow people to show me who they are on an individual basis. Just like I wouldn't want any Caymanian to be going abroad and be judged just because you're a Caymanian. No, judge somebody on the merits of what they bring to the table. It's as simple as that. All right. I hope that poor Mikey can get his situation sorted out. But like I said from the onset of the program today, if you are a Caymanian living in America right now, you got to pay attention to this, okay? Because you have got to get yourselves out of somebody else's country, even if you've made it your country. So you're legal, like Mikey, married to an American citizen. You know, you gotta ensure that I can't even tell you anymore to have your affairs in proper order, because I'm gonna show y'all another headline here right now, because all I can tell you is even that makes no sense, because you don't know. Oh, well, we issued you a statement and we did this and we did this and you never got anything. Right? No due process, no nothing. Here's another story that just popped up about Trump, right? When y'all claim that this man is for the American people and trying to protect the American purse and trying to curtail fraud, and he was going to drain the swamp. Oh God, so many times we heard that. He was draining the swamp. Remember that? Really? Yeah, he was draining the swamp, all right. He was draining the swamp so much that, let me give you another example, how apparently you guys don't seem to know the very definition of what draining the swamp means. Draining the swamp was not supposed to be about protecting more rich people or criminals and child molesters and fraudsters and all that kind of stuff. That's not what draining the swamp, well, that's certainly not what the average person thought it was supposed to be, right? But let me give you an example of how you guys you bought in to all this crap and convolution and foolishness that you don't even understand what you have bought into. I'm going to give you an example. Here's another case that really makes you shake your head, right? The Trump administration has pardoned a guy who defrauded the US government. Y'all want to pretend that this is real, that a basketball court amendment to a tennis court cost $376 million. That's what y'all want to believe. Because he's committed to draining the swamp. This guy defrauded the US government of $39 million. And he has now been pardoned by the Trump administration. I'm going to say it again. Let's look at what he did. This is how you drain the swamp, apparently. Okay? This is his name here. This is him. Real upstanding looking guy. Joseph Schwartz, previously convicted of defrauding the U.S. government of approximately $39 million in payroll taxes. He defrauds the government and Trump pardons him because this is what he does. Y'all need to know the facts of why he got pardoned. Okay? Here we go. This is how you drain the swamp, apparently. Y'all didn't get the memo. He was released after serving only 3 months at the Otisville Federal Correctional Institution in Orange County. He'd been serving a 3-year sentence before Trump granted him an unconditional pardon on November the 14th. Before prison, he operated nearly 100 nursing homes across 11 states through his company, Skyline Management Group. In 2022, he was indicted on 22 federal counts for failing to pay $39 million in federal taxes withheld from employee paychecks over 8 months from October 2017 to May 2018. So he withheld it and still didn't pay it. He eventually pleaded guilty in 2024 to 2 counts of an indictment charging him with willfully failing to pay over government taxes withheld from employees of his company and willingly failing to file an annual financial report, which is a Form 5500, with the Department of Labor for the employees' 401k benefit plan that Schwartz sponsored. Now, Mr. Trump here, gets up bragging about how he has pardoned him. See the pardon right there? Celebrated by a post on X. This is his version of draining the swamp. Washington Post reported early this year that Schwartz paid nearly $1 million to lobbyists in an effort to secure a federal pardon. It is unclear how that influenced the outcome. Well, the Washington Post and others can say that because, they don't want to get sued by Donald Trump. But let me tell you something. You go and lobby people $1 million, then all of a sudden you get that federal pardon. If it smells like a skunk, it look like a skunk, and it's going to spray you like a skunk, guess what? It's a skunk. He is pardoning criminals who've defrauded people and defrauded the government, and they turn right back around and do it again. Yeah? One such example, let me see if I can find this fraudster for you all. This is all evidence information. So while Damien talking about he can show proof, he can show evidence, child, please bring your proof. Show your evidence then. Since you claim you got it. Because there's lots of foolishness that's going on around here. There's another guy, I'm trying to see what his name is, who was pardoned by Trump and turned around and did the exact same fraud all over again. Taking millions of dollars from people. I'll get his name. I'm not sure if it was this same Schwartz guy, but it was somebody else. I think it was more money than 39 million or 36 million, so it's not him. Come on, folks. If you're going to come to the discussion table, try to bring facts with you, okay? That's all I'm asking. Al says Trump is the swamp. Rosie says in order for Trump to support and love you, you have to be a criminal. Trump is not building a tennis court or basketball court. He's building a ballroom. And your point is, we know he's building a ballroom. He's tore down the entire West Wing, or was it East Wing, whichever wing, to be able to build it. And a ballroom for what? You think changing the markings on an existing tennis court that was built in the 1950s so that you could also dual purpose it to use for basketball is as bad as tearing down an entire wing of the White House for dancing? And don't get me started. Does the man even look like he can dance? Someone says, thank you for taking on that fucking idiot Damian Charles, fucking getting his double dose of truth now. Mix that with his MAGA Kool-Aid. You see, you don't get to have it both ways. You can sip the Kool-Aid and drink the Kool-Aid until you have a Jim Jones episode where you're all committing suicide and I really business with it. But you don't get to rewrite history and pretend like you're a Caymanian at the bottom of the totem pole looking for a job when you've been brought up with a spoon in your mouth. And it's not my business that now, you and your mom, I can't have a relationship. So, she's not going to continue to support you. Dude, you're like what, in your 50s and still living at home with your mom? Not for nothing. But come again. You see, too many of us don't get that kind of privilege. We're not living with mama in no gated community. I don't care how old the house is, you're still getting free rent. We out here fucking hustling to pay mortgages on our own. Nobody not give us nothing. So you're not getting the same kind of sympathy from me. Because when you're given stuff in life and you still can't make it, I'm over here looking at you with a side eye going, what's wrong with you? Maybe it's a sense of entitlement. The same kind of entitlement that Trumpsters have, why you haven't gotten anywhere and why nobody won't hire you. I'm just saying. Sometimes you got to look at the cold hard truth in the mirror, honey child. It is what it is. Yep. Anyway, folks, it's madness out there. Here's another good one. Controversy. The U.S. is warning other people not to take loans from Chinese banks. But yet, who do you think is the biggest recipient of those loans? The American government. Oh, my God. And that's nothing new. Over the past quarter century, Chinese state lenders have channeled an estimated $200 billion into American businesses. Many of these were kept secret. Their origins are deliberately obscured by being routed through shell companies in the Cayman Islands, Bermuda, Delaware. Come on, folks. And it don't have nothing to do with us, according to us. Oh, well, if Trump does something with China, we don't care. Your hand knows better than that. Your hand knows the financial web stretches far beyond developing nations. Affluent countries, the UK, Germany, Australia, the Netherlands, all key U.S. allies. You know what they said? China was playing chess while the rest of the world was playing checkers. Who holds their debt but China? Like I said, you can't pick and choose the foolishness. Here's another one. We reported on this on the 19th. Former U.S. Capitol riot defendant arrested in Utah for kidnapping and sexual assault charges. Another one that Trump pardoned. Yeah, they had him on video doing what he did. And he got pardoned too. And now he's wanted for kidnapping and sexual assault. Y'all have got to make this make sense, because it really, really doesn't. MAGA celebrates Trump ending tariffs on coffee and steak, the ones that he put in place in the first place. Y'all see how if you're MAGA, it's something not ticking. It's called common sense, right? He implemented these tariffs on food products back in April, and he called it Liberation Day. Okay? He claims, the White House said at the time, that the U.S. cannot long survive if it cannot produce its own food. That's what he said back then. Well, guess what? November the 18th, he reversed it. An executive order removing tariffs on more than 200 agricultural staples, including beef, coffee, orange juice, and bananas. Because despite what his version of Making America Great Again looks like, no country is able to single-handedly sustain itself without importation and goods from other countries. That's not how it works. So it's like, what? I hear that the ballroom is actually going to be an underground bunker for him. Oh, that's because I guess he's going to refuse to move out of the White House after his second term, because of course he wants to change the laws. Remember, he told you guys you'll never have to vote again if you elect him. He wasn't kidding. He's going to try to become a dictator where you never have free and open elections in the US ever again, because he will be appointed for life. That's the next move. So, wow. All right, folks, you can choose not to wake up all you want, but you cannot choose, when the shit hits the fan, to not take your accountability part of things. What's disrespectful to the White House? Turning it into a ballroom, tearing it down, ripping up the Rose Garden, all this stuff? Jacob Wall and Jack Berkman lobbied for the nursing home fraudster, and they themselves are fraudsters, of course, and they've all been pardoned by Trump. They were convicted and pleaded no contest, intimidating Michigan voters in 2020. They orchestrated a series of robocalls aimed at suppressing Black voters in Detroit during the 2020 election. They discouraged Detroit people from voting in the general election by creating robocalls, claiming that voting by mail would, I don't know what that word is, was something. Walter's personal information is in a public database. Yeah, these are the things that Trump has advocated for and that has been going on forever. Sia says, George Bush pardoned 200 people, Barack Obama 1,900. Yeah, and a lot of those are people with minor drug convictions, so you should talk about who he pardoned. It wasn't the rich fraudsters. Once again, see, the details of this really escapes you. And that's problematic when you come with your arguments, right? Because I can quickly debunk the foolishness that you've just typed there. Who is Trump? Who is he? It's not the poor mother who committed an offense because she was a victim of domestic abuse. It's him and his rich friends. Okay. So clearly you want to claim that Obama, now, boy, y'all love you, not for nothing, but y'all sure love to call that man name. You want to claim that Obama pardoned more people than Trump. Well, let's see. And of course, what Obama didn't do is he didn't pardon just his rich friends, and he certainly didn't pardon criminals that he was aware they were criminals in favor of him. In other words, they committed criminal acts to benefit him. So the person to have done the most pardons in U.S. history was actually Roosevelt, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and that's because he served longer than any other U.S. president. President Trump has the third highest number of pardons in U.S. history. Barack Obama was less frequent with pardons, but high in clemency, including pardons, computations, and remissions. So, in fact, Barack Obama had less, despite what you say here, Saya, he actually had less pardons. So we have a full list here of all of the pardons, and I'm happy to tell you that you are completely wrong in your what appears to be a factual statement. So I always tell you here, you are entitled to your opinion, but you are not entitled to your own facts. So of course, we now know that you will make up anything to try to make Trump look good, and we better fact check everything that you say. Here are the top pardons through the years. Trump comes in at number 3. Do you see Obama on that list anywhere? In fact, you have to go quite far down the list. He is number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the bottom of the list. Wow. Saya, I think it's fair to say that you will just throw anything out there. Again, beyond just the sheer numbers, we need to understand that pardoning your close friends, campaign donors, your wealthy hedge fund buddies is different than pardoning total strangers and people who, their cases were brought to you by individuals who were, okay, she was a domestic victim violence survivor. And yeah, she did do this, but now she spent 30 years in jail. Is that not enough? These people spend days and weeks and 3 months in jail for defrauding the government, and Trump pardons them. How do you think that that's right? It just doesn't make any sense. You got to see who he's pardoning, and why he is doing so. And what you also need to look at is the fact that a lot of the people that he has given this privilege to have turned around and recommitted crimes. So, in another poll that they've been watching this for 80 years now, they've been doing pardonings. Harry Truman, he did 1,913. You see, he's in second place, followed by Trump, 1,644. It's gone up since this one that's on your screen. And Dwight Eisenhower has now moved below Trump. And, again, there's a different graph here that is the numbers come in slightly different. So Trump is all about pardoning people who have personal or political connections to him, including his supporters, Robert Mueller, Rudy Giuliani, Paul Manafort, convicted criminals, his campaign chairman, Michael Flynn, his former national security advisor, Roger Stone, his political advisor, George Papadopoulos, his campaign advisor. All of his friends. Steve Bannon, charged with fraud related to his fundraising campaign for Trump's U.S.-Mexico border wall. So a lot of Biden's pardons have been for nonviolent drug offenders. And a lot of it was for minor drug amounts. And the majority of those people were, once again, as you guessed it right, people of color in the United States of America. And yet, Trump is going to pardon the biggest drug dealer who said he was hell-bent on pushing cocaine up the noses of the gringos, specifically targeting America. And that is now who he is. He has boasted on his X channel that he is going to pardon. Make it make sense. Have it make sense. It don't make no sense. Gabby summarized it, says if Obama did half the shit that Trump had done, they would impeach him so fast or have him swinging from a tree. And that's no joke. They sure would have. But, you know, at the end of the day, there's no facts, figures, confirmation. There's nothing that's going to change the mind of a lot of people who support Donald Trump because they do so blindly. They deflect in everybody else. So what about this person? This person did this. What about that person? This person that did it. Yeah. They will not accept facts and what's before them. So it don't make no sense arguing with them, but I just want to let you guys know the real numbers are actually out there to prove that a lot of the stuff you say is absolutely ridiculous. Folks, I'm going to go because I have to work for a living. I ain't got no mama or papa. Well, see ya. The numbers. Jesus Christ. I can't even. Okay, never mind. Never mind. You stick with whatever facts and figures you want. Clearly, there's a particular date for some of these things. And yes, Trump has done even more than that because every day he's pardoning people. We would have to find one as of yesterday's date to be accurate because every single day it's going to change. He claims he's going to pardon Diddy next. Only God knows. Folks, please have a good day. None of these things, happen in a vacuum. We don't live in a vacuum. I can tell you that we have an obligation to call a spade, not just in our own countries, but on the international front as well, because it does impact all of us. And so people who want to speak and pick and choose facts and figures, selectively, you do set your own peril. There is a GoFundMe account for Mikey. And I encourage you guys to go and support this. I'll put the link here in the chat. He is one of our own that is now being held in ICE custody. And, his family has to be fearful for his safety that he makes it out. Because I can tell you what, there's a lot of abuses that are happening. Mikey is a member of the LGBTQ community. So he is a minority that has been targeted by the Trump administration on more than one front. So for other reasons, he also needs to be, fearful for his safety and well-being. People are being treated there's a whole different set of rules for them versus us. And us meaning anybody who's different. Color, sexual orientation, disabilities, all these different things, women. So have a look at the link there. Please, by all means, support. And we hope that Mikey can get out soon. And I don't know what to say about life in America right now. We have family there. We do have family members. Of course, I'm always concerned for them. They're upstanding people in the community. They're business owners. They're not criminals. They're not. But with what's happening, you simply never know. So take care of yourselves, and please be safe out there. So good luck to the world, and let's hope that there's no war that starts with Venezuela, because I think that unfortunately that's not going to be a good situation for a lot of countries. I do not believe that the United States is going to be permitted to attack a sovereign country and be permitted to do so without the rest of the world responding, including some of their long-standing allies as well. They're going to have to pick a side in something like this. So here we go. All right, folks, have a blessed day. See you tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m., bright and early. Check out our other shows that are coming up this afternoon.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels. And visit CaymanMarlRoad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.